Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Hobby Night. I'm Angela, and I'm just gonna toot my own horn here a little bit as we begin today's stream because I am a Magic Commander Master. Not actually true, but I did, however, oops, hold on, I can hear myself on my phone. I did, however, win my game of Magic Commander yesterday, and it was my first 4-player game. I was very, very excited. Hello, Captain Comic Geek. It's lovely to see you. Hello to anybody else who might be in chat. I'm actually going in there, making sure everything looks good while I'm live. That's why I had it open. I was hearing myself because I was checking to see how things were. Everything looks good. Perfect. Perfect. I am. I'm getting my stream on track again. Exactly. No, we're on track. We're focused. And I'm very excited because we've got some fun things to talk about today. Mainly that I played against so Shay has been getting into Magic because she's been into Pokemon collecting and she's getting into Magic. And so they came over yesterday, her and her partner, and we were celebrating my birthday, and I was like, is there anything you all want to do? Like, I don't have any specific plans. I just kind of wanted to hang out. And they were like, well, actually, we've been kind of getting into Magic. Did you guys want to, like, can we look at your Bloomburrow decks? And I was like, yeah, that sounds awesome. Let's do that. So we ended up playing a 4-player game of Commander, which I've never gotten to do before. I've watched a lot of 4-player Commander games. But tooting my own horn, isn't that against TOS? Captain Comic Geek. Yes, maybe a little bit, but it's okay. I'm on good terms with everybody now. Everything's fine. But so played my first game of 4-player Commander. Both of them had Bloomburrow decks. One was running the Squirrel deck, and Shay was running the Raccoon deck. And honestly, for her first game of actual Commander and everything, she fucking killed it. She did not win. I won. But oh my gosh, it was a struggle. Everybody was ganging up on me. Guys, everybody was ganging up on me. All through, at the beginning, just because I had a couple of 1/1 flying, no, not even flying, 1/1 soldiers with lifelink, and then I had 2 1/1 soldiers with lifelink, and I had 2 1/1 green saplings. Okay, that's all I had. I had that, my commander was out, and then I had one other thing that was generating the saplings for me. But that's all that was happening, and they were just ganging up on me. I was running a white-green elf deck, and my ramp was getting scary from the beginning. I had multiple plays that I was like, oh, I'm so excited to do this, and then either my own miscalculation of maths fucked me, or everybody was ganging up on me and they were getting rid of my cards that they thought were scary, which were valid. They were still probably scary cards, but I wanted to trigger one of them. I had a card that if I cast 8 mana, I spent 8 mana, I could create a 10/10, some sort of Eldrazi thing, and I wanted to make a 10/10. No one would let me make the 10/10. So instead, I just murdered them with a bunch of 1/1s, which I then boosted twice to make 3 3s. And then they were all very scary. And I don't have the card. Okay, hold on. I need to go grab one other card real quick. Give me a second, because I want to talk about it, because this is really the card that won me the game. Where are you? There you are. Are you it? No, not you. Where is the card? Where is the card? There you are. There you are, my champion. All right, so there were 2 cards that there's one card that did it for me. No, well, I mean, kind of, I swarmed them. But so I was running, and she'll be a little tough to see because she might green screen out a smidge. But I was running Emera, Soul of the Accord, which I actually don't know. Whoa. I don't know this symbol. Does anybody, hold on, I'm gonna switch to this mode. Does anybody know this symbol? Is that foundations? I don't think it is. But yeah, Emera, Soul of the Accord. She's a green-white, very low cost, only costs 2 to bring in. She's very basic. All she does is, oh my gosh, please focus. Whenever she becomes tapped, so with attacking or she has other things in her deck that allow her to tap, she creates a 1/1 soldier token with lifelink. That's all she does. That's all she does, and that's all I had her doing. I wasn't even attacking. I was using something else to tap her, and I wasn't even attacking anybody, and they were all feeling so threatened that they just kept trying to murder me. And I took a lot of damage to the face, and I think by taking damage to the face, I think both Shay and her partner were a little like, I don't like that you're just accepting this damage. What do you have in your hand that's allowing you to just like tank this damage? And I was like, nothing, I'm bluffing, but I'm just hoping that you'll leave me alone eventually. That's what I'm hoping. That is entirely what I'm hoping. So I had Emera, and yeah, if anybody can tell me what this symbol is, that'd be awesome. Both live here or later on if you're watching the VOD. But yeah, so I had her, but the real card that actually saved me the game and won me the game was this. Champion of Lambholt. And really it's this power that fucking did it for me. Creatures with power less than the Champion of Lambholt's power can't block creatures I control. Now right now she starts as a 1/1, but I had so many cards that would allow me to put +1s on an individual card, put +1s on my entire board. And I kept doing that. So I got her to the point where she was like a 10/10. And no one could block me because no one had any big creatures out at the time. And I had made extra sure of that because I made sure before I boosted her up to help get rid of some of the bigger things that potentially could be boosted by other people to be higher than her or close to her. I instead went ahead and just removed them because I played a card that allowed me to basically force all creatures on the board with toughness 4 or greater to just fuck off. So I did that, and there was quite a few. You weren't alone in wanting to play cards. Every time you place an enchantment, that would let you play spells. I know, that's because they were scary, Shay. They were really scary, and we had to get rid of them. I do feel a little bit bad about that. But honestly, it was such a fun game. Like, you did amazing. Like, we didn't really even like get a chance to like fully talk about it because our game went like I don't know if you guys realized, but I think we played like a 3.5-hour game of Magic. Like just a single game, not even like multiple games. It was just a single game, one single game of Commander. But it ended up being like 3 hours. It was great though. I didn't even realize how much time had passed until I like literally looked at my phone and went, oh my God, it's like almost 8. And I feel like we started the game at like, I don't know. I don't even know when we started the game, but I think it was definitely between like 3 and 4 or so. Definitely 4 and 5. But regardless, I had a blast. And so like, and everybody did such a good job. Like I felt like the game was so close. CC and I actually have talked about it a whole bunch since then. But basically going back to you, Shay, we didn't actually get a chance to like talk about it, but genuinely you did a spectacular job. And yes, we were getting rid of your spells because we were fucking terrified of your spells. Your spells are scary. And I also just thought it was so perfect that both the card CC and I wanted to get back into our decks that had been forcibly shuffled back into our decks because of shenanigans in the game. You ended up stealing because of your one ability that like was able to get off. Oh my God, that was so good. And it was just, my loyal guardian. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Like, honestly, you picked it up really fast. I honestly feel like, can I just compliment you? You picked up the opening like what you do to start your turn so much better than Seth did, because you actually drew a card. Eventually he got there. I'm not denying that, but like the first couple of times, it was like, and did you draw up? That was so good. No, but genuinely, I loved playing with you guys. I really hope that you enjoyed yourselves, and I want to play more. I want to play more Magic with you. I am also a little like, oh fuck, this is gonna encourage us to like go like to buy more pre-con like Magic decks and / build some like actual commander decks, which is both but also because we haven't actually really done that much, but it's mostly because we haven't had like a bunch of people to really like hardcore like hang out and play with and actually do stuff. So the fact that like you guys are getting into it, we're both thrilled. And we were really happy to do that with you yesterday. So genuinely, thank you. Oh my God, no, it's so much. Dude, it's so much. Like, and I understand completely. Like, I genuinely hope you guys have some fun with the Jumpstart packs, because it kind of like, because those are the foundation cards in there, a lot of the more commonly used like rules are within that. So like stuff like Cascade and some of these other stuff that are, like might have been new and kind of like overwhelming. And so like, because there's even shit that I still don't even grok that well, and I've played the game for 10 plus years. I just don't play consistently enough to really keep it in my head well enough. But yeah, so like genuinely don't feel bad. I completely get it. It's an overwhelming game, especially when you're playing a 4-way commander game. Like, but honestly, I think we did it perfectly, because the whole point of 4-player commander, in my personal opinion, is to have the like the fun, zany shit can happen. It can constantly swerve of who's like looking the most threatening, and then we all just get to shit talk each other. So I really hope that you guys had fun. Okay, chat, back to what won me the game against Shy in chat. It was the champion of Lambholt. So she does this thing where if she gets really boosted up, right, she can't be blocked. I basically boosted her so high that no one could block me anymore. And then I had so many tokens on the board / just stuff out of my hand, because we were on like turn 20 or what is it? Oh, never mind. I know what's happening. I'm hearing like water outside, and I understand why I'm hearing water outside. Oh no, you're totally fine. You're totally fine, Shay. Absolutely fine. But yeah, so I had so many just things on the board. I had so much mana available every single turn, because this was like turn 20. Like we had so many rounds. I mean, I might be exaggerating. It probably wasn't turn 20, but it was at least turn like 10. Like like the 10th go around of everything happening. And so like I had so much mana. I was never mana starved. CC did get mana starved. He was so lacking on black mana for like the longest time. And so like, yeah, it was just so fun. I had such a good time. But yeah, this was a good deck. I don't know. I can't remember. Like, this is a pre-con. I know that for certain, because I know I've never built my own commander deck. I've only ever used pre-con. So she has to be a pre-con. But I don't know where specifically, but this is the symbol for anybody that's interested. I'm assuming you can probably Google search that. I don't think it's foundations. You're reminded of a video, 4 ways, Magic, all cards and slab. 4-way Magic, all cards. Oh, 4-way Magic, all cards. Wait, so like in the like the PSA style, like the big thick chonky ones, like I do for all of my like my really rare ones that I don't want to fuck up and damage. That would be so annoying. How do you shuffle that deck? How tall is that deck? Are you playing just like standard? Are you just playing like a 60 card deck? Is this like a commander deck? Why did they torture themselves like this? Why would they do such a thing? Why would they hurt themselves? That's so brutal. I mean, I've seen people who like go really extreme and will like triple or quadruple sleeve the cards that they bring to like tournaments or whatever. And like that gets thick, and then you just like, I mean, commander decks especially are already so thick, and I have small hands, so it's very hard to shuffle a commander deck for me. It was very tall. Oh my god. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for the gift. Oh, thank you, Fist of Dorn. Thank you, thank you. I don't know, how do I tell? Okay, hold on. I need to check something. Okay. So I can know, because like if that triggers a card pack opening, I'm totally all about it. Let's see, what was it? It was the GG keys. GG keys. Wow, there's so many cute things in this. This is like a brand new thing that they're doing, right? Or just have I not had it unlocked and it's something that's been doing this whole time? Because I have not seen it. And I forgot to explore it in between, because I ended up playing a super long game of Magic that had me as being the epic person on top. Ha! I'm so excited. It was such a fun game. I felt like it was really good too, because I actually felt like everybody was using their decks pretty freaking well. And like as much as like us were, like other players were allowing them to, because of course we were sniping some of the more scary things. And like, it was so good. It was so good. I don't see that one. How do is there a way to search? Oh wait, there it is. Is it this one? Okay, how? Okay, I see. And then, so is it two, what? Okay, I think you have more than I do, because I don't even see that one of it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okie dokie. Got it. Okay. What a fascinating system. Well, that is definitely enough for a pack opening. So let me grab one real quick. And we'll open a booster pack. Thank you so much, Fist of Dorn. Very much appreciate you. Hello, hello. Hello, Rob. It's lovely. Oh, Rob, you know Magic well enough, right? You're a Magic dude, if I remember correctly. Hopefully, I think I'm remembering that correctly. Do you know what this symbol is? Do you know what set this is from? Do I have a favorite themed deck? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I really enjoyed playing Emera, Soul of the Accord. But honestly, like, I like white-green. I love white-green as a combo. That might make me trash in some people's eyes, but I do love it. I love white-green. I do really like... I like the bunny deck out of Bloomborough. Oh, okay, I thought you did. Okay, Rob, help me. Help me, no one's been able to tell me. What is this symbol? Where did this deck come from, this pre-con that I kicked everybody's ass with? I don't recognize it offhand. That's the starter commander decks. Oh, okay, so it is a start. So is this from Foundations then? Or like when you say starter commander decks, like what do you mean? Like the Foundations level ones? So like the hello, you're new to Magic. Here's a deck. Okay, so CC was right then. Because I think he did think it was a starter deck. All right, in the meantime, let's open this One Piece pack. Thank you so much, Fist of Dorn. But yeah, so I like white-green decks a lot. I do really like the Necron deck from the Warhammer set, which is a pure black deck. I love black cards. Like, I love all of the, like, horror and the vampires and the zombies and, like, those fun, like, undead creatures. They do lots of really cool stuff. Thematically, it fits for me. Mechanically, it breaks my brain. I don't handle pulling from the graveyard well. I think it's just because I've never really, like, sat down and tried to really synergize with a black deck. I think I normally try to go black when I'm doing drafts, and that never works out in my favor. Like when I'm doing like a pre-release or something like that. But I love the look of them. But I can play white-green. I grok white-green super well, so I normally tend to go for that. Oh, I do like the bunny. I was saying the bunny deck from Bloomborough I really like too. Ooh, Ooh, Gecko Moria, my boy. See what I mean? I love the goth, like, I love the spook. I love the spook. Mr. 3, he's so good. He was so good in the live action. Cast him very, very well. Bartholomew Kuma. Mr. 2, Bon Clay. Or Bon Coude, sorry. Bon Coude. Avalon Pizarro. Is he from Blackbeard? Oh, he's Blackbeard. I don't know this character. I don't know that. I don't recognize him. Buggy. Buggy looking very femme, actually. Is this one, like, does Buggy ever get hit by, who is it that can, like, gender swap you? Which character? There's a fruit. Somebody has a fruit that allows them to, like, swap them temporarily. And I remember it happened to Law and the bear that hangs out with Law, who's in Boba? No, I don't remember what its name is. I don't remember what the bear's name is. I've pulled so many cards with it on it and I just cannot think of it right off the top of my head. But I know there's like a scene in the anime that I've watched where I've seen that, but I don't know who's, oh, it's Ivankov. Ivankov does the gender swap, I think. Now that I think about it, has Ivankov ever like done that to Buggy? Because like, I'm not gonna lie, this image really makes Buggy look a little femme and I kind of love it. I'm here to cut those chains. Let's go to the Navy headquarters and Little Oars Jr. Cool. I didn't know he was part of the Whitebeard Pirates. That's cool. For some reason, I thought he was... I kind of assumed he was a giant. I didn't realize he was part of a pirate crew. You played your first tournament years ago and your very first game was against a top seed player. You got absolutely crushed, but you did learn a lot. Oh my gosh, yes. That's brutal. I'm so sorry. Magic and like most TCGs are honestly really fun. I'm actually very excited. Not because I'm a super big like Naruto fan. I did like it, don't get me wrong. But I did fall off like the Naruto bandwagon at a certain point. I never really jumped back on because I was just like, he's fine, but I don't really care anymore. But I am interested in the Naruto card game because mechanically it seems interesting. And I like that they're actually doing something, like they're like doing a weird combination of like One Piece and Yu-Gi-Oh! It's kind of odd and I'm interested. So I'm very curious to see how that like functions and all that kind of stuff, so. Should be a good time. It was pretty funny. I mean, listen, as long as you had fun with it and everything, that's really what matters, right? As long as you're having fun. Because honestly, like, that's what gaming is about. It's about, one, engaging your brain. I guess it's about two things. Gaming is about two things, in my opinion. Like when you really like fundamentally break it down. Engaging your brain and therefore allowing yourself to explore new or exciting things that you may not have engaged with before. And then two, community. Like it's about like just having those social interactions. And this doesn't always necessarily fall in line. Like I guess you can apply both to both video gaming and tabletop gaming, but I think I'm meaning it more towards the tabletop gaming because I do feel like you could do a lot of video gaming and be completely solo and never have like the type of community interaction that I'm talking about. You can still have online community interaction by like hanging out and being in forums, talking with people about the solo games that you all are playing individually, but sharing your experience within that game with each other. So there's still that community element to it. But I mean in the actual like literal social interactions, like being at a tournament or being at a pre-release or something like that and having like an actual interaction with a human being by playing a game across the table from them. And that's what I mean. Fun, social aspect, and a challenge for sure. Yeah, totally. Like that's what's great about games. One of the things that I love about like both forms of gaming, tabletop and video gaming, is that like it is a really nice exercise for your brain. Like not all games, like don't get me wrong, there are definitely slop games out there that are not necessarily making you think, but I also think even some of those do, because like I know there's like a big like friend slop games, right? And what's that one, Chameleon? Is that what it's called? that's like really popular right now, where everybody is like drawing on their little human bodies and getting themselves into weird shapes to try to blend into the environment so that they can hide from seekers. That one, I think it's called Chameleon. And I've not played it yet. I actually really kind of want to, but I don't think I have like a big enough friend group to really like do it or whatever. That I could like get all together probably at the same time. At least I haven't tried. The point is though, is that like those, even stuff like that, which is considered friend slop, like has some engagement because you are still having to like engage an artistic portion of your brain and translate that into the video game verse to hide yourself, even though you are giggling the entire time and also possibly panicking. That would be me. I would be giggling and panicking. But yeah, I don't know. It's fun and I like it. It's a good time. It's a good time. I like games. That's basically what I'm trying to get out. But don't we all just like games? I mean, I would hope so. I hope most of you do. If you're here and don't like games, that'd be kind of weird. But yeah. Hello, welcome. That was
I finished the Squidmar thing yet?
No, I haven't even started the Squidmar thing yet. Well, because I wanted to talk about my epic win, and you were right. This is from the starter set. Yeah, the foundations
the foundation commanders are decent.
Yeah, no, really, really good.
I mean, they're straightforward. That's why.
Yes, I did love this card. This card was fucking great.
Did you tell them how I got mana starved?
Yes, I did tell them how
we played the entire.
Oh,
game
I didn't actually tell them about how Shay removed your first.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and tell them.
Over the entire game chat, I'm running a tricolor deck. The entire game, I do not pull a single swamp, and this is like a 20-turn game.
Yeah, I wasn't wrong then. I think it was like a 20-turn game.
It was like, I pulled no swamps. The only swamp I ever saw, one of my opponents pulled and exiled.
It was Shay.
And exiled. I eventually got an artifact that allowed me to cast black. But oh my god, I could not cast one of my colors for well over 12 turns of this game.
It was ridiculous. It was actually ridiculous. I felt really bad.
Three cards a turn. I'm drawing 3 cards a turn, no swamp.
Yes. Also, I didn't tell you guys this, but one of the things that I did that was really mean to CC very early in the game, because he was a jerk and had a perfect turn 1. He pulled a Soul Ring into one of the artifacts that functions like the Mox.
To clarify.
Yes.
I went first.
Yes.
And in my opening hand, I play a land, I play a Soul Ring, I play a Talisman.
Yep.
I pass my turn. I have 5 mana on turn 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was insane. It was absolutely insane. But
none of it was black, so it didn't matter.
Well, that's fine, because none of it was going to matter further because I destroyed his Soul Ring. I had a card that allowed me to to tank 2 artifacts, and I was just like, get that fucking thing out of here. Because I just didn't want him to have a bunch of, because he was playing the Space Marine deck. He played the Space Marine deck, which is not the most powerful of the Warhammer decks.
And then the rest of the game, she gets angry at me, vitriolically angry. Every time I do anything to her.
He got rid of my 10/10 that I wanted to summon.
You got rid of my Soul Ring.
Okay, a Soul Ring is not the same as a 10/10.
No, it's worth a lot more.
I mean, that's very true. I told you guys they were bullying me. No, I'm kidding.
You won!
I know. No, they weren't bullying me at all. I actually bullied them.
I was nice. I didn't even summon my commander.
I know. He never brought Calgar onto the field. It was
because I never had black.
Yeah, partially because he just didn't. He was so mono black star.
Won't be nice next time.
No, and you shouldn't be, because I feel like we should definitely play with the same decks, just because we're kind of familiar with the cards in them at least. So we won't spend 30 hours. No, I'm kidding. It wasn't that long. But we did have to do a lot of card reading because there was a lot of clarification and all sorts of stuff, which is fine. We were playing with some newbies, or not full newbies, but some, and it was totally fine. It was a great time though. Like and not just because I kicked ass and won the game. I ended up having, just because I was able to go in and no one could block anything that I was doing, even my like 1-1s and my 2-2s were like just devastating.
If Seth hadn't put out that damage dealing son of a bitch,
It's true.
I could have nuked your board.
Well, I also could have nuked the board. And he would have actually been really boned if I had done that, because I don't think he had any tokens out at that point. I don't even think he had any wolves. Hello, Xander Gaming. It's lovely to see you. Have I played any of Old World? I have not played a huge amount of Old World. I played like, I think I've read the rules a little bit back in the day. Oh my gosh. And thank you, Rob, for the little, oh my gosh, it's a corgi. Oh, that's so cute. Let's see. The corgi. I remember seeing that one because that one was adorable and I stared at it. Oh my gosh, that's definitely worth a pack. Can you hand me one of the ladies? I think it's a 1,000. Yep. So I think that's definitely worth a lady.
That is worth a lady pack.
I did one earlier. I opened this one because somebody did one that was worth 800. And so I did a black pack.
Cool.
But Rob, thank you so much. It was Fist of Dorn, actually. The Fist of Dorn gifted a sticker. Oh, hold on. Let me switch back over to this so we can actually see what I'm pulling out. So basically, it kind of works like when you get to what is the shit on Twitch that it's basically mimicking? It's basically copying a Twitch thing. I don't know what I'm doing.
Give me your microphone so I can explain this one.
Sure. There you go.
Hello, everyone. The new gift system on YouTube seems to be derivative of gift systems on Twitch or on certain free-to-play games such as Big Fish Games Casino, in which you exchange real money currency for bits or whatever microtransaction currency YouTube is using, and then you can exchange those bits into gifts for different streamers. Theoretically, the more bits that it is, the cuter the animation, but in the end of the day, the number of bits given to the streamer on YouTube is converted into a monetary value at the end of the month. We don't know what the math for that is yet, but that's the gist of it. It's a way for you to give to different streamers, and it allows you to also gift not like large bulk sums. You can also gift like the equivalent of a quarter. There are restrictions on spamming, but that is the point of it. Here's your microphone back.
We got a Hina and an Ulti as our two rares or our two hollows, I guess. I don't know if they're both rares. They are both rares. Huzzah! So nice pack, but nothing super major. To answer your question, Xander Gaming, I only have 3. I have 3 Space Marine Primarchs in Joy Toy, of the Joy Toy action figures. I have Gilliman, Dorn, and Sanguinius.
Yes. One day Sanguinius will be open.
Yes. Yes. Yes, he will. But yeah, so yeah, that's exactly how it works, and it's pretty it's exactly like Twitch. They're just copying Twitch because they're like.
Except they're putting an extra layer on it, because on Twitch you just gift bits.
That's true. That's true.
And it's another obfuscation layer.
Yeah.
I have worked on games that have used similar strategies. Very similar strategies.
Yes. No. That's valid. The Warhammer decks and Magic are so much fun. I completely agree. The Space Marine one, not even necessarily running Calgar, which is what CC ran yesterday when we were playing Magic, but I don't remember what the Inquisitor's name is that's in it, or the like agent, Imperial agent, or whatever it is. Like it's somebody with a hat. So I think it is a.
They're a commissar.
Are they a commissar?
The one I was using that almost blew up the board.
Oh, is that your other commander?
No.
Oh, who's the other commander?
That's an Inquisitor.
Okay, so the other commander is an Inquisitor. Yeah, I remember the other commander actually being the scarier one for the Imperium.
So the other commander for the Imperium allows you to tap enemy creatures when attacking to stop blockers.
Oh my god, yes, because you did that to me once.
And vigilance.
Yeah, oh my god, yes, I remember that being super annoying. Yeah, actually, Calgar's the nicer of the two of them.
Calgar's just a beat stick.
Yeah, Calgar is just a beat stick, and so honestly, it makes sense that you didn't end up bringing him in even by the time that you could, because like, yeah, he's a 6/6
He'll block
technically.
one thing.
Yeah, but he'll only, exactly. And you didn't have, I don't feel like you had as much ways to get tokens on your, like as much as like what I was doing. Like I had so many cards that were just putting +1, +1, +1, +1. And it was like going on everything. It wasn't even like specific cards. It was just like everything.
So part of that is because people kept blowing up my artifacts. I needed artifacts to create my tokens.
Well, I really didn't want you to have that soul ring. That turn 1, we were Shay had never played Commander before, and you had a perfect turn 1 to show off to her. Yeah, but that means you on turn 2 you can put a 5 cost out. It was not fine. It was not fine. Bellacore is a cool commander. Yes, Greyfax. Thank you. That's the Inquisitor's name. Hello, Beef Chief. It's lovely to see you. All right, should we pop over and watch Squidmar's response to episode 3 and 4? Because I figured since we watched episode 4 on Tuesday and I ranted so hard about it during it, I figure we should probably watch his response and maybe talk about it and see if it either helps or just makes things worse. Who knows? But let's go ahead and do that. Oh, thank you. Boop, 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 boop. Let me get my headphones in first before we pop over. All right.
I did get a turn 2 Triumph of St. Catherine on the board, which dominated the game for like 4 turns.
Okay, so before we move over, the great thing about the Triumph of St. Catherine is Shay stole that from him, and it was perfect. It was such a beautiful play. She had a card that allowed her to basically force all of us to top deck and put them into exile, and then she basically got the cards that she could play them for free. Super crazy card.
She stole my Triumph of St. Catherine.
She stole his Triumph of St. Catherine, and she stole my L'Oreal Guardian, which I had on the board. And then everybody got so mad because he kept giving everybody +1s, and they didn't like that. And I'm like, is it really so bad for my guys to have +1? Yeah. Really? Is it actually though? Is it actually that bad for them to have +1s? I don't think so. So they got rid of it and they shuffled him back in my deck. And I was like, you know what? It's probably unlikely that I'm going to see him again. There's a high chance he's now at the very bottom of the deck. And I don't know how, this was like early in the game. I was like, I don't know how long this is going to go, but it's probably unlikely that I get through my whole deck. I've never done that in a Commander game before, so I feel like it's unlikely. I got over halfway through my deck. I was doing so much card draw. It was insane. The turn before my next turn, where I would have drawn that beautiful rhinoceros back into my hand. I know.
I think we're talking about Squidmar.
We are about to, but I wasn't finished. When I was gonna pull that sweet rhinoceros back into my hand, Shay activated her damn ability again and she took him from me. What a jerk. She's not actually, she was lovely and I'm glad that she got him. It was actually sweet comeuppance on my part. And it was absolutely hilarious. Why do they need a response? So episode 4 was kind of, in my opinion, when it comes to its editing and how they presented a lot of things, absolute bullshit. And it really made me mad. If you want to watch it, you can go watch it's the first thing we do in the last stream that I did on Tuesday. So if you want to go watch it, you can do so. But it looks really bad for them. Like, I'm not going to lie. Like, it does not, like, I understand the circumstances. I understand what probably happened. And I'm very curious, like, to watch this because I actually have watched this before. Here, I'm going to switch over. Let me go ahead and do my intro and we'll talk a little bit and we'll get right into it. Okay, excellent. We watched episode 4 recently on a live stream, and I had quite a visceral reaction to it. And so I wanted to actually watch Squidmar's response. Now, I have actually watched this response already, but I didn't have full context for everything that he was saying because I actually hadn't watched the 2 episodes this response is about. So without further ado, I want to go ahead and jump into this video and see what Squidmar has to say about episode 3 and 4 of Miniature Masters.
Today, I want to talk about the drama, the hate, and the misconceptions behind Miniature Masters.
Cool, because I want to know things about it.
Okay, let's start at the beginning. What a freaking year it's been. It's been about a year since we decided we wanted to do Miniature Masters, and it was the biggest decision we've taken for the YouTube channels, the Squidmar YouTube.
Okay, so they planned this for over a year. I'm trying to keep that in context because I'm trying to decide, just like even before I've heard any further explanation from him, of whether or not I think the level of, frankly, chicanery that was the editing in that episode is worthy of only a year's worth of planning. Obviously, they weren't like necessarily practicing how they were going to edit it, but they of course could watch other shows to see how like they would edit their conversations with the judges and all of that kind of stuff. And I'm like, it's a lot to do. There's a lot to put into this. It is their first time. I do think that kind of forgives some of this because that is a very crunched period of time. And I don't know like how much the set building took. Like, I don't know what the breakdown of their whole process was. So I think I can kind of probably forgive them, but it kind of depends also on what he says.
YouTube channel. The last 6 months, pretty much everyone in the office has been working.
You got to see Rush? That's awesome. Dude, that's so cool. No, going to see Rush is totally worth leaving the stream.
Probably slept 4 hours per night because it's been so much work. And the project is so much bigger and so much more difficult to make than we had expected. But
I know. Okay. He just made the excuse, and it was an excuse, of this was a project way bigger than we expected it to be. And as somebody who has tackled a project for a video that ended up being larger than I anticipated it being, I understand wanting to say those words out loud as a justification for I made a mistake. But you also knew you were going to do this, and just because it got bigger than what you thought, you were literally planning a painting competition show a la Lego Masters. Yeah, of course it got big. What did you expect? Like that is like, even though I understand it, I do kind of sit there and go, I don't know if that's an excuse, Squidmar.
But I also want to say, I am so freaking happy with what we managed to make.
The set looks amazing.
The contestants we decided to bring in, the judges' work, everything has just been such a blessing. Everyone that's been involved with the show, and I think the work that the editors have put in to make each episode good has been like, I am so stoked for each episode. And is it without hiccups? Absolutely not. But we managed to produce a show on 1/20th, 1/40th the budget of, say, Lego Masters or MasterChef. And in my opinion, for
okay, so he's at least aware that he is going to be compared to these other shows. And it says a lot to me that he specifically called out Lego Masters as like his first comparison, because I do think that is the show he's going to get most compared to. I think there are like some fashion shows that he could compare to. I do think there are like some other more niche shows that he probably could also get compared to that are on the little bit more like artsy side, like Lego Masters, but it is the biggest one that I think he would get compared to. You should really look at how they do their judging stuff, because like, especially like, I'm curious which Lego Masters he watched. Because if he's just watching the American, like, bro, you need to watch like the British, the French, the Australian. Watch the Australian Lego Masters and take from that. Because honestly, they do it really well.
For nerds, I think the show is just as entertaining. It's made by...
Is my cup big enough? Yes.
And a couple of helping
it could be bigger, actually.
And none of us had done anything similar in the past.
I always like them bigger.
We poured our souls in to make this show happen. And people have skipped their vacations. They've had 12-hour work days for months. They've worked on weekends. And in the end, we came up with a product that we're super proud of. But there's also been some negativity. Did we talk about the contestants after each episode and get feedback after the show was finished? Holy heck, yes, we did. And in this video, I'm going to cover 3 topics. Number 1, the judges are wrong, biasy, and the judging process. Number 2, just doing the show for drama and the balance of creating an entertaining show. And number 3, moving forward. So first of all is the bias from the judges. We are so lucky to have some of the world's best painters as judges, award-winning competition painters who are great people and great painters. And they wanted to be part of the show. And in each episode after the pieces were finished, they were handed to the judges and they had about an hour to judge each competition, which means that each piece got between 5 and 10 minutes of analyzing from each judge, which is quite different from the 5-10 seconds grand reveals showed in the videos. We as judges also talked to each other, discussed about pieces, showed parts that maybe someone had missed, so there wouldn't be any mistakes made in the judging process. And this means both technically, creatively, but also if parts are completely unpainted. I cannot state how different things look when you have them in hand and can actually look at them in detail compared to seeing them in a YouTube.
Okay, I understand what he's saying with all this, because like, yes, the miniature is going to look very different in your hand as you're looking at it versus the glory shots that they give us where they're doing their turnarounds or they're like, we're having mist go back this and we have some cool lighting and we have a completely black background so that the only thing that's in focus is the miniature and it looks spectacular and it's going to look way different from what it is in a judge's hand, right? But like, if you're going to have that process, if you're going to have that deliberation, you need to present it to your contestants in a way that shows us, the audience, what your thought process was and why you are eliminating somebody. Because like, the biggest complaint I have with episode 4 is simply that the judge who was giving them the most shit for their piece didn't give them a single legitimate on-camera explanation as to why. His simple justification was there are too many things while holding his jacket, which really irritated me by the end. So like, I get what you're saying, Squidmar, but that does not, like, if you aren't going to show that to the audience, you are going to get this reaction. You're going to get the negative feedback on the video because you aren't showing the audience why that man who is in power here to control who gets to stay or go is telling them they need to go, when we as the audience don't see it and go, well, I mean, like, it's maybe could be a little unfinished in places, I guess, but like what you've shown us does not make it look that way in any particular thing. And the judge is not calling out like even a single like big egregious point would have been enough for me of him going, yeah, there are so many reasons, but here's the main one, blah. And then he stated the main reason why he was like, this is not as good as the other two. Like, that would have been simple enough. It could have taken like an additional maybe 5 minutes at most if he got particularly passionate about it and couldn't shut up or something. But like, outside of that, like, that's all that really needed to happen, because my biggest issue was the fact that they are treating this and acting like these judges are so stupid important because of their accolades and their awards, and they're the best, some of the best miniature painters in the world and everything. I'm like, I'm pretty sure there's probably better miniature painters than these guys. They just don't share their like content as much, and or don't know how to like share their content in a way that makes them like seen as much. Like, and maybe they just don't like doing competitions, but they're spectacular painters. I don't know. That always really bothers me, that the only reason that they're considered so great is because they have awards. Because I'm like, well, but what about the people who are really, really good but don't want to participate in painting competitions because that's not what makes them enjoy painting, but they're still insanely cool and like very like amazing painters. Like, I don't know, it just bothers me a lot. But like, if you are going to claim that their accolades and their awards and all of that makes them great, then they need to actually academically and like in a constructive way tell me why this person isn't actually winning. That's all I ask. Miniature judging is traditionally very secretive. It's a big mindset shift to give legit feedback to someone's face. I mean, here's the thing though. that's their whole point. They are the judges. Like, you can say that, but that's the whole point, is that is their job in this show, is to give people feedback straight to their face. And if they can't do that, then they should not be judging, because that is the whole job. Like, it's not just to be like, I'm going to be snooty and choose that this person goes home and this person stays because I am the judge. Like, you have to articulate why you're making your decisions so that they are like sound and justified, frankly. And there are too many things is not a solid enough justification for why I think somebody should go home. And that's my biggest problem with it. All right, let's continue the video and see what more Squidmar has to say.
Video. And while we do have more footage of the judging being made, not all of it is included in the videos, because the videos still needs to be entertaining, not just for us miniature nerds that want to hear everything, but also for new people in the hobby. We hope that this video series brings in a ton of new people that then makes them into painting nerds and become part of this hobby. Do I think that we could have done a better job
I
explaining
hope it does that, because
why Pieces had to leave?
I don't know if it's doing what he wants.
That's kind of why we at episode 4 changed the editing a little bit to include more of the judges' reasoning behind the Pieces leaving, and hopefully it just keeps getting better from here on as well. And every week the judges stand behind their decisions because they have the proof, they've seen the minis in hand, and they know the difference based off their knowledge and experience. And if you started following some of the painters on Instagram or Facebook, you might have seen that Trent have uploaded some videos where he says that he stands behind the judges' decisions every week, and you might see some of the comments that he's responding to under those videos as well. So it's not just the judges that think that decisions made are fair. Moreover, let's talk about biasy and getting favorable treatments. I think one thing that doesn't...
Okay, before he moves on to biases and everything, like, it's one thing to respect the judge's opinion and necessarily agree with them. Like, I don't really care so much about that. But, like, again, you're emphasizing the fact that they have these accolades and they have this skill and talent and knowledge. You specifically said knowledge. And if they're going to use that, then they need to give the reason. Like, the problem isn't you guys not showing us the judging process. As far as I can, like, I mean, I guess Lego Masters does, like, show a little bit of them humming and hawing at the pieces. But they always do, like, the final, like, decision making and, like, the hard debating off camera where no one sees it. And Squidmar, I think, has been showing us some of that. That's actually part of what my complaint in episode 4 is they focus so much on trying and showing one of the judges in particular reacting so negatively to a piece, one that we don't know at the time which it is, but based off of, like, later in the episode, how one of the judges reacts to a piece that we now can definitively identify, we make the conclusion of, or the jump conclusion of, well, his earlier reaction that they showed us during the judging process must have been to this one, which means that there's something that he's going to fight somebody about tooth and nail to say that this is not the winner, which is weird. That's a weird editing choice. And if you had not included that, I think, like, a lot of the criticism may have been completely avoided. Like, you're still not doing a good job if you're not going to show or tell on camera at least one reason why the person going home is going home. Like, why that piece failed, actually, from all of the judges. Like, that should just be inherently a thing that is done. But, like, showing us that judging process and allowing that clip to go in, and I know you put it in there because you thought it was, like, catchy and eye-catching and viral, but, like, maybe consider that it might be viral in a bad way. And is that what you want happening? Because it really did. I do think it's, like, the fact that he had to make this episode and, like, talk about those 2 episodes tells you that they went viral in a very bad way that's negative for the show. I do, like, it's very interesting. Just, I'm very intrigued.
Doing the videos is that this is quite a small hobby, especially at the top echelon where people go to competitions and events. And the judges had met pretty much all of the contestants prior to the competition. It is such a small world, especially at the top, that you all have connection points in different ways. But in the comment section, there is specifically just one of the painters that's been getting a lot of hate because of this. And it's Maxim, because he worked here in the office. But in all honesty, if anything, we were harsher on Maxim. One, because we knew that he could take it, but also secondly, because we
don't, okay, don't tell people that you're being harsher on one contestant because you know he can take it when you have an entire group of people who probably all also can take it, and that kind of puts them all down. Like that basically means that you have like, I don't know if I don't know, Squidmar.
We didn't want there to be any biasy. We didn't want there to be any funny business in the judging. Maxim deserved his spot every week when he moved forward. He did so because the finished piece was better, more technically advanced, or more finished. Or maybe all three of them. It's important to remember that like one bad day was enough. It has nothing to do with that person leaving being a worse painter or having a less good concept or idea. It could be enough that they had a bad day and couldn't focus enough or have enough tempo to finish the piece enough. Or maybe they made...
No, I haven't actually looked at the comments. I didn't realize Maxime was getting so much hate, I guess.
He deserved his spot.
Because honestly, I've like, him being a former like editor for Squidmar means nothing to me, and I don't think they're playing favoritism. I guess that's what people are concerned with.
People had to leave, and the person that left was the one that came in with the weakest piece that week. But that doesn't take away any of the skill they have. It doesn't take away any of the creativity or how good they are as painters. It just meant they had a bad day. And it most definitely doesn't mean that the contestants staying are any worse. So let me explain a little bit more about the show, because Miniature Masters is sort of a creative competition, but it also became sort of an endurance competition in a sort of way, because the show is recorded in a span of about 2 weeks, and the recording days are about 12 hours long, which means that there are very long days, a lot of working, and not a lot of rest in between the days. And many of the contestants arrived
as
in
all
Sweden
competition shows are.
tired, maybe not having rested anything for their entire trip. And during the first episode, we verbalized the criteria, which in retrospect probably wasn't enough. So the contestants asked us for day 2 to be a little bit more clear. So we printed out papers with information about what we were expecting for the coming episode.
You will be judged on the sum of all parts. Use everything you've learned throughout the show. Quality of crafting, composition, atmosphere, painting. Atmosphere/painting. So not atmospheric painting, but just atmosphere and then generically painting. Give us your best. That is I hate when art things say that. That's such vague bullshit. Paint on all parts. Okay, yes. Color harmony. Cool. Rendering on the main focal point areas. Inclusion of atmosphere, complexity, and nuance considered. Show us your style, but versatility will be rewarded. As much detail and information as time limit allows. Separation of materials. I don't quite understand what the separation of materials like criteria is about. I get everything else, and that makes sense. God, they give us your best in all caps as if they're shouting at us is just no. All right, so that's what they're looking for.
The criteria for every episode was always present finished piece. And after that,
this isn't you. You're going home. Yeah, exactly.
Between different episodes, depending
what a vague bullshit reason to go home.
Fully painted and finished piece is the most important thing. Think of it like in Lego Masters, if they have the marble challenge. If the marble doesn't reach from point A to point B, they are automatically disqualified. Or
okay, Squidmar. The fact that you keep bringing up Lego Masters, bro, you have to stop. You have to stop, because the more that you bring it up, the more that I have every reason to compare Miniature Masters to Lego Masters, okay? And I get that was already the point. Kind of get that was already the point. I think that's very clear, but bro, please. Watch more Lego Masters. Learn more from them.
In MasterChef, if you enter a piece that is a meat challenge and the meat isn't finished cooked, doesn't matter how well the sauce tastes or the pasta, you're not gonna make it to the next week. And when it comes to the editing,
I mean so that was actually the best comparison I feel like he's actually made. if they're treating the miniature being painted and they're really focusing on this, I did not see, and maybe they'll go into it in this, but like legitimately, I have not seen one that really seems like it's actually been unfinished in that way, in the way that they're describing, like there's no paint on this miniature in some places. Like, I get you're not counting primer. Primer doesn't count as paint. I get that. I accept that. I'm not going to argue that, okay? But like, even a grisaille over top something would be a level of some detail. And I feel like most of these people are fucking doing shit like that. Like, even at minimum, just having like a light dry brushing of something over like the stone or the ground or whatever. So I'm really curious, like, if they're gonna show us like detailed shots of like, here's where it was unpainted. Here's where it is just raw primer. They did nothing else. Because like they keep emphasizing it, like they're doing it a lot. And they have not shown, like, if this is the instance, boys, this is the instance where in your scene, in your show, if you are actually legitimately going, you have this thing unpainted, then zoom in with all your fancy cameras that can get these really amazing close-ups and show it to us. Show us, the audience, the people you're trying to entertain. Because like otherwise, what you are doing is you are discouraging new people from wanting to join this hobby. Because you're scaring them away, because they're looking at a piece that looks fucking amazing in their eyes because they've not done this or they haven't done it in a really long time, and they're trying to learn new techniques or see what people's skill levels are at on the competition level, and they go, holy shit, if that's considered unfinished, then what am I gonna be able to do? Like, legitimately, if your objective is to get new people into this and you want to encourage people to do miniature painting, this is not, this attitude of this elitist attitude that you were taking towards judging and this experience is not the way. Like, you are trying to be simultaneously like a show about Lego, a children's toy, and also a show about fine art and like people creating masterpieces a la Leonardo or like Michelangelo. Like, that's what you're doing. And you can't, because like, one's a fine art piece of painting that's on a fresco wall in a 16th chapel, or a gorgeous giant canvas piece in a gilded frame in the fucking Louvre. And you are talking about children's toys on the other side. Bricks beautifully constructed into magnificent designs and cool elements with moving features and all this, but they are still bricks. They're still just bricks. That's what they are. And I just don't think it's the same. Just like on Face Off. Like, Face Off is another, honestly, Face Off is a great one for them to study for future, like, how do we judge this? How do we critique? Like, how do we present our critique in a way that is digestible to a new audience who has no clue about this hobby, while also being informative and critical on a level that the people in the know are going to go, yes, I can agree with this. As somebody who is invested in this hobby, I can agree with that perspective. Like, that's what you need to be doing. And Face Off is actually a great option for that. Like, honestly, I think that's great.
When we present kind of the feedback to the contestants, this is something that we're constantly working on and trying to become better at. Because what we're trying to balance is giving good feedback to the people leaving, so they don't feel like we're bashing on them the last episode when they're already having a tough day. And usually that's what happens. Like, when you have a tough day and you're not feeling it, you're not getting into the groove, so you're already kind of in a downward spiral. When you then come to the end and the judges will just dogpile you for everything you did bad, you're not gonna end on a high note, so to say. And we kind of felt like we could be harsher on the people that we knew were gonna stay, or that maybe had a better day because we knew that they could take it during that day. And with that, we felt like they're letting the contestants leave on a high note. So they feel like, I'm leaving, at least I got to do something cool that inspires people and not just get dogpiled on. Unfortunately, this led to a lot of the commenters starting to hate on other contestants. And with that, I mean like personal attacks and hate. And let me just read a comment that I had to block and delete this morning, just to show you an example of the stuff that we've had to like damage control pretty much a couple of times every hour. So to quote this person, their shit sucked and they should have never been on the show. But without a doubt, they should have been sent home in the first 2 episodes with the absolute shit of a piece they put up. And their personality sucks, their teammate was better in every single way and aspect of painting and personality, and they single-handedly chose to go home because they was too good a person. Instead of the piece.
Okay, Squidmar. Buddy, if you're gonna try to block out and like obfuscate who the contestant is, make sure that you get all the pronouns, my friend, because you didn't block all of them. This is a weird response to what happened in episode 4, because this comment's obviously about episode 4. Yeah, this is just somebody being an asshole. And I agree. This comment would absolutely be deleted and this person would be purged from my channel too if they decided to do something like this, because this is totally unacceptable.
Stepping up
and if you ever do have like issues with something that's happening in one of these shows or something that's happening in a YouTube show, don't be. If you have something like this to say, this is not an opinion that needs to be shared. This is the thing that you should be keeping to yourself. You know, that lesson our mamas told us where if you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. That's the time. That's the time to implore that lesson from your mama.
Our thought as judges, we want to include as little as possible about the negative feedback. Can we get better at showing you why a person had to leave? Absolutely.
And you better, because that's the biggest problem. And yes, please do that.
I think we already started doing that in episode 4. We included some parts where the judges are...
Wrong. You did not do that in episode 4. You did not do that in episode 4. One of your judges said the reason that they were going where there were too many reasons for him to state. That's not a good reason. Like, that's not a good reason. That's not a legit reason at all. And if that, like, and showing more of the judging process, as I've already stated, is not what we need. I don't want to see you guys getting mad at each other because you disagree about one of these pieces. All that did was make us go, oh, well, because this group ended up in the bottom, that reaction must have been towards this piece. And then it just puts a completely, like, potentially wrong story in our heads because you're allowing us to insinuate, because you're giving us clips instead of either not showing us it at all or just showing us, like, very, very little, like, very basic, base level parts of the judging. And then they go and deliberate and do the more complicated judging. And then when they come back to actually show the contestants and determine who has won and who has lost, then they each give a good reason as to why that person in the bottom has been in the bottom. Like, too many reasons, give me specific details. That's not a good excuse. Like, too many reasons is not a good excuse. And you did not do that, Squidmar. You didn't.
And I think that does help, even if it adds more time to the episode. It does a lot for the viewers to understand why someone is at the bottom. Does the episode prior to that mean that the judging are bad? Absolutely not, but hopefully this can help showcase in the coming episodes why someone had to leave. And we got complaints already at episode 1 and 2, but it escalated kind of at episode 3 where Josh had to leave. And Andy did record a video where he went into detail of why his piece had to leave and compared it to one of the other contestants. And he also explains a little bit about the last week's episodes. If you haven't watched that, spoiler alert. But I think it's a good video to watch because Andy goes into deep detail showing you the stuff that you as a viewer...
I think Andy is the judge that I have an issue with.
...decades in the hobby and seeing the...
But I'm not 100% certain.
...can see in the grand reveals. So...
I don't remember which judge is which, so I'm actually not sure.
You can hop to this timestamp and then we'll continue with my talk.
Hey everyone, it's Andy here, and
okay, so no, Andy is not the one that I have an issue with.
And answer some of the comments that have been coming up a few
I don't
times,
think.
And it helps you understand what was happening behind the scenes. And yeah,
hello Matt, how you doing?
Was the show fixed? And you know, it's kind of crazy for me to.
Okay, before he goes on, I forgot how much of this episode seems so dedicated to, like, I guess the disagreement that the community had on who should have gone home in episode 3. I was really expecting a much stronger, like, pushback to episode 4 because of how badly that was handled. Like, genuinely.
Comments as I was there. But if there was any fixing, you know, any contestants were moving forward, not because
I really didn't feel like Max, oh my God. I'm going to call him Max because I actually am struggling to say his full name. Maxime? Okay, sorry. I wanted to get his actual full name and I just felt like it was more respectful. I didn't really think that this piece deserved, like, his cool, like, soldier here deserved to go home.
I would have left, but I didn't leave the show because it wasn't fixed at all. It was a really great conversation between me and the other 3 judges every single time, and we often disagreed, having completely different opinions, but because we're adults, we were able to discuss this, talk about the merits, some negatives of pieces, and then work out which we thought were
the comment about them being adults and being able to talk about this and to have it followed up with episode, I mean, I know this is, I guess, a response to episode 3 and 4, because Squidmar did say that he talked about a little bit of episode 4 in this, but, like, you guys didn't look like adults the way that you were presented during the actual judging process in episode 4. Like, the outburst, the way that you guys were getting, like, kind of heated at each other a little bit in regards to, like, being passionate about your feelings in your opinions, which, again, I'm not saying is wrong or anything like that. That is completely understandable, and I would do the exact same thing, but that's why you don't show it. That's why you don't show it, because that creates, like, I think, a hostility that then everybody goes, okay, well, who was that directed towards? When you didn't give us a good, like, example of who that, or you didn't tell us who this was directed towards in the scene. So now when we get to the judging process where you're actually telling them, we have to insinuate, and that is bad.
what were the top and the bottom.
That's bad.
I really enjoy those conversations. It's really cool and fun to do. But I'd like to clear up some of those feedbacks that I think you weren't sure on some of the results, so hopefully I can help with that anyway. So the first one is, why did Josh go home and why did Maxime go forward? And a few of the comments have, said that Maxime is being, kept on purpose and Josh should have won and all this stuff. And let me tell you, Josh is a fantastic painter.
I don't think Josh should have won this one. I think their actual criticism of his is valid. He didn't pick the best colors. He did kind of bork himself.
He wasn't quite getting his concept right, and he managed to get the concept looking good in general by the end, but because he spent a lot of time trying to find where he needed to be, it lacked quite a lot of detail, and I'm sure that he would agree.
Yeah, like that beard could be way more detailed. There's so much texture on it. It should have way more highlights and all sorts of things on it, I'm sure.
So I've got here
like fine ones, but there should be there.
Side by side. And the reason that Maxime stayed is because we felt that his was a lot more complete. And
I would agree. Like, looking at the two of these, the Kriegsguardsman looks more complete.
Is on the back, but it's very similar to Josh's with the blue hues. So the proposition is almost the same. However, when you look at Maxime's, you look at the face here, and what he's done very well is separate the materials. So if we look at the helmet and the skull on the face.
Okay, so that's probably what they meant in their list that we were looking at earlier when they say separation of materials, or separation of paint, I guess.
The shoulders are a really good example of this because they have a very fast transition.
I don't know if I've seen his Magnus the Red piece. That's cool. I'll have to go check that out.
And that tells us that
I mean, I understand why he might be getting criticism because of his association with Squidmar, prior to the competition show. I get how people are going to presume there might be some, bias to keep him in there because they're his, he is literally their friend. I did not get that impression from episode 3 that much. The fact that people are honestly still talking about it over what's happened in episode 4, I feel like is such a bigger, I just feel like it's a bigger deal. I feel like episode 4 is such a bigger deal.
Maxime stayed on. Very detailed, finished piece. It's a small miniature, but he's put a lot of detail into every part. Josh, on the other hand, his face, if you compare it to Maxime's, isn't really finished. We don't have any painting on the eyes. It's just the same treatment as the skin, and that's the same
That's
with
true.
the teeth here. So there just isn't really any difference between those parts. If you look at the leather cuff, this doesn't have any painting on it at all. Whereas Maxime's had a lot of texture and detail, this is just the flat color. It doesn't have any painting.
Okay, so when they... That's so annoying. So when they say it doesn't have paint on it, they mean it doesn't have highlights and shadows. It's not even that they're getting mad that it's just primer even. They just don't like that it's essentially a rough base coat. Like, or a solid base coat. A flat base coat is actually the word that I was really looking there for, but I was struggling to get to it. The only reason I am accepting that is because I understand that this is a competition show and they are being held to a competitive level of painting, which means we are looking for the best of the best of the best. But at the same time, fuck you, that's so stupid. I mean, I get it. Like, this still should have gone home. He should have, like, that. Like, I agree with that.
And that's the same
But I'm
with
just
the
like, come
large
on.
section of
That's what you
paint.
mean by it's not
Now, we know
painted?
everyone has
That it has a
different
base coat on it and
time,
nothing
So
else?
we're forgiving on quite a lot of parts because we don't expect people to go super detailed on every little bit. It's just not possible. But this is a focal area in the face.
Hello, Adam. It's
We don't
lovely
have
to see you in
eyes
chat.
painted,
Thank
we
you
don't
so
have the teeth
much.
Separated. Nothing on the face, you know, to show any different parts. And then the beard here is completely unpainted. Okay? So even though Josh did a great job fighting back from, you know, a bad position that he was in, it simply wasn't enough painting. And compared to Maxime's, a lot of detail. So that's the reason Maxime went forward. It wasn't because of any bias towards him or holding him back on purpose.
I mean, this would make sense. Like, this, like, I appreciate them
Now,
clarifying it, but, like, I
moving
never
on
felt
to
that. Okay.
Amalia and Anastasia's piece. It's a great piece. It has a good impact when you look at it here, and it looked great on the screen. But try to remember that we're judging these things in real life, and things look a lot different, and it's easier to tell, you know? It's just different, especially when it comes to things like true metallics. Now, did these have the potential to win with their concept? Absolutely. They could have won this round. I've no doubt they had a great idea.
Okay, you still
However, we
haven't
looked at the
told me
three
why.
pieces, and we thought that the other two were executed better. We thought that they were more complete, more painting on every area, you know, different materials, just better. So I'll give you one example. Anastasia did a fantastic job of painting these metallics, which was one of the challenges, and she's also not used to painting metallics, and she did a great job, so that's something to be admired. However, when we looked at Aaron's metallics, they were the best metallics out of everyone. They were fantastic, and that's one of the reasons they won that challenge. But, you know, just to compare something directly to the winner, to these guys, the loser, the metallic.
Why is it that when you're comparing and justifying why one of the guys went home, you actually bring in a photo of one of the competitors' pieces for comparison, but you're literally comparing their piece to one of the other competitors, and you are not showing me an example. What the effing fuck? Like, you know, I was really optimistic to actually, like, have a zoom in. To be like, look, this is unpainted. Or look, this is us comparing this piece, even one half of this piece, to somebody else's piece. But no, we are literally just looking at this piece, which to a novice is gonna look insane. And if your objective is to get new people into this, then you're not doing a good job of it.
Metallics were better, but Anastasia, no doubt, did a
Show
great
us
job.
it then.
Amalia did a great job with some of the elements of the piece, such as the face was very detailed. However, the ambient didn't really match the figure that we have on the background. Not enough of the magenta included. You can see a little bit in the hair, but that color doesn't really match the color on the background. So it's not really coherent with everything else that's going on, even though the painting on its own is fantastic. Also, it felt very incomplete from around this area onwards. Just not really enough work here. Comparing that to the winners with Trent and Aaron, you know, the archway surrounding the Skaven had loads of details painted on it, little hidden gems, just more. And this is a really good piece, but we felt the other two just did more. And sometimes, you know, it's not a bad miniature that gets sent home, it's just not as good as the others. And that's our job as judges, is to decide the top pieces. And unfortunately, one has to be at the bottom. That's just the way it goes. So I hope that's helped you understand some of our reasonings behind it, and just trust me that we are trying to do the best job we can when it comes to judging and doing it without any bias. And yeah, nothing to make the show better. We're just picking the best paint jobs, I promise you that.
That did nothing at all to help my anger towards what they said. The only thing that I will give them is, yes, I would agree. If that elf lady is dealing with all of that magic swirl, there should have probably been more magenta on both her hair and probably her face a little bit. Fine. Fine. I will give you that. I don't really see, like, he didn't zoom in. We didn't get a comparison of like actually getting to see an unpainted thing. Because again, if unpainted to them is you've put a base color on this and done nothing much else, that's not unpainted. Like, I understand that it is on a competition level to, like, if you're really being snooty about it, but you're a YouTube competition show. Stop acting like you are judging Picassos. That irritates me.
In the same episode as Josh had to leave, we also had a quiz where the contestants got asked questions and they could either add a paint, lose a paint, and they could get however many questions they wanted.
No, that was a complete waste of time. Like, the fact that we didn't get a comparison of any of the other competitors' stuff to what Amelia and Maxime or Anastasia did is bullshit. Like, you still haven't done anything.
It's an interesting thing to focus on, the fact that Josh lost the paint. As a matter of fact, I don't think that paint did any difference for him. I think I remember him saying even, you can have this paint because I'm not even using it. He would have needed completely different paints to move forward that week. And they're in this stressy situation, right? And they have to finish a piece in a certain time.
The fact that they are focusing so much of this video on Josh, the quiz, the fact that he left, and the fact that people are butthurt that Maxime stayed, I guess, is absolutely mind-blowing. You have such a bigger problem in your episode 4. Like, it looks so bad. As a woman in this hobby, it really does not look good for you guys. Like, it really doesn't. And the fact that you are glossing over it and didn't even give them a proper fucking comparison to either of the two other contestants, when you at least gave Josh and Maxime that consideration. Like, even your response to it, frankly, looks kind of bad, boys. I'm not gonna lie.
Man, you don't think clearly when you do. Like, people had the wrong answer for more than half of the questions, which is kind of funny because a lot of them were super simple and they still failed. And the question that Josh got, about 50% of the contestants knew the answer to that one. One, because obviously it's like the airbrush brand in the world and they have 3 models. So knowing the third one when you have 2 in front of...
I just want to say right now, as somebody who doesn't know airbrushes, who is briefly like starting to look into it, like him being so snooty to go, it is the airbrush brand in the world. And I'm like, that depends on what circle you're in, Squidmar. That doesn't, like, just because it's your brand that you know and have been using and all of this stuff does not mean, and even if it is one of the highest, it still is incredibly dependent on your circle of friends, contemporaries, and the people who are in the community that you're part of for it to be the best brand or the brand that everybody knows because it's the biggest or whatever. Like, that is so subjective
front of you is not a big ask. Secondly, the airbrush was also in the store, so he would have had 3
Like that I will give him. The fact that the airbrush was in the store and he blanked on it in that way, fine. But he also didn't necessarily know he was going to be quizzed on it. So I also still kind of find that's like BS. It also, yes, Haley, you're absolutely right. Another thing that's actually brilliant. Another thing that Squidmar I feel like is completely ignoring in this case is, yeah, it might be the best brand for if you have the budget to afford that brand. But what if you can't? What if you're just getting started and you want something that's a way more affordable? Like what you think is affordable, Squidmar, versus what somebody else thinks is affordable is not always the same thing. So like their low-end, beginner-friendly, like, what? No, like I agree. Thank you, Haley. Thank you. I agree with that completely.
Find the airbrush there and see the name of it and learn about it. But when you're in a pressed situation, like you are going to fuck up and make mistakes. And the same thing happened for the others, like they made mistakes even though they should absolutely have known the answers. Also, I think if you would have had the mental clarity, which you don't do under pressure, by the way, and it's completely fine. But imagine the storyline if you would have had the clarity to be like, I'm just gonna keep having them answer me questions until I have a good balance of paints. He could have probably have lost 3 more paints if he would have gotten the 2.
But that's not, did they say in the show that they could keep having questions asked? I really was under the impression, that's weird. That was weird, because I was under the impression in episode 3 that they were told, hey, we're gonna ask you a question. And if you answer that question correctly, then you can either get yourself a new paint, remove a paint from yourself if you want to, I guess, or remove a paint from somebody else. And then like, what? I don't remember it being, you could keep getting asked questions. Like, what is that? Did I miss that? Am I just completely, did that go over my head or something? Or is what he's saying like completely wrong? Because I don't remember it being that they could be asked multiple. So I don't understand why he's talking about them being able to ask multiple and then subtract and add and blah, 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 blah.
And would have had a better day because of that. Was it tough for him losing it? Sure, it's never great, but it's a TV show. Like,
I'm gonna sneeze real quick.
That the show is also edited to make the show interesting. And again, I want to just remind you guys that he lost the paint was not the reason that he lost the show. He struggled during the entire episode. Like, he had a really tough day and he had to change the way that he painted the meanie because it didn't look great in the beginning, and that was a much bigger...
Okay, I thought it was only one question each. That's what I thought the way it was edited was.
...show in the videos, and we have to kind of choose what to include in the video, because otherwise we would have 2.5-hour episodes, which would have been great, I guess, but we also have to put a stop at some place, you know. And
thank you.
Opinion, yeah, it was an opportunity just as much.
I tried to mute it so you guys wouldn't hear it.
Every week, the judges stand behind their decisions. And every week, part of you are going to disagree, and that is fine. We all have different favorites. A couple of weeks, my favorites had to leave, and it was not because it was the least epic piece, it was because they just didn't reach to the same level as the others, either technically or being able to finish the cool idea that they had started. Technique and level of completion are like 2 of the most objective things that we can take into account when judging the pieces. And the creative is so much more subjective, like what experience do you have from the past? What type of stuff do you prefer? And thankfully we were a team of judges that could help hold each other accountable, which means that every week we together as a collective are proud of the decisions made. And maybe it's one of our favorites leaving as
Dude, it's not you guys not being held accountable or holding each other accountable. It is that you are doing an ass job on telling us, the audience, why somebody is actually leaving. That is your problem. You are not showing, like, I distinctly, and I could be wrong because it's been a little while since I've watched Lego Masters, but I distinctly recall there being points when particular contestants really fucked up and didn't do something the judges told them to. And they pointed it out, and the camera zoomed in to show us, the audience, exactly what the judge was talking about, exactly the thing that was being critiqued. And if you are not going to do that, that is the problem here. Like, it has nothing to do with your deliberation. It has nothing to do, like, this hyper fixation on the biases problem. Like, I don't know. I have not read Squidmar's comments on these episodes. I'm not even sure they're turned on. If I was him at this point, after especially episode apparently 3 with its whatever the shit show happened there, and then what I can only presume was episode 4's shit show in the comments, I probably would have turned them off too, which is a real shame because this is something where you would want comments. There could be a beautiful art critique and consideration happening if they weren't. Like, I don't know what is happening. I don't know if it's just that they're trying to like make it more punchy, or if they're worried about like trying to hit like a viral thing to happen, like some crazy zany thing that's controversial, but like in a fun way that allows them to have the show pop off. I don't know if that's like their objective or what they're going for or what, but like, bro, you're getting, I feel like, so much of the wrong attention right now. And I feel so bad about it because I really like the show otherwise. Like, I think the way that you're genuinely showing the judging is wrong. Like, not wrong, but like mediocre right now. It is infuriating, if I will, because I feel infuriated at points. But only really until episode 4. Like, I had no problem realistic with episode 3. I feel like I had some maybe like a little bit of criticism of it, but I kind of got it. I understood why Josh went home and not Maxim. I still don't. That's such a weird complaint. That just sounds to me like people being frankly just pissed off that Maxim is there, and they're being like assholes and bigots about something in regards to that, whether it just be his connection to Squidmar or something else, like, and just them presuming stuff about him and just like being assholes. Like, that's what that sounds like to me. But like, what happened? And I'm gonna let the Squidmar continue. I'm so as
well, but we have to make that decision because it's the right decision to make. Let's move on to topic number 2. This video is gonna be a long one. As you all guys know by now, we've never done anything like this before. And the show was wrapped 3 months ago with the mission of making such an exciting
I do think they're worried a little bit more about making it entertaining. And I do think that is suffering a little bit.
Outside of the hobby. Because we want to bring in a bunch of new people to grow the hobby because we love it. And I guess the reason you're here is also because you love the hobby. And we're trying our damnedest to get to that point. We're literally just a bunch of nerds also wanting this nerd hobby to be even bigger. We got a bunch of great feedback.
If you are just a bunch of nerds wanting the nerd hobby to be bigger, then stop acting like elitist art snobs in your painting competition and make it about having fun to do these projects. Because right now, a lot of, especially episode 4, but like, I feel like sometimes what they've shown has like it not being fun. Like, okay, I assume part of the also like issue and why people are fixating on Maxime is because he is the chaos element. He is the one dropping things. He's the one possibly like having outbursts because he gets frustrated and so he like swears or something. I don't know. But like, we've seen him act very erratic on the show. And they're intentionally doing that. Do I think he's intentionally like flipping out? No, I think he's just like being spastic. As somebody else who's very spastic, very clumsy, and drops an ass ton of things, I feel for him, and I would be that person on the show. I would be the chaos in a miniature masters show. But like, that is just a character. And you are focusing on that because he is a character. He has a personality. There is something you could build around that. There's drama behind that. Like, you are still a competition show being put on to entertain the masses. And you really need to decide what the show is for. You either need to decide that it's for the people who are already into miniatures and therefore you can treat it more like a high art critique, or you need to decide this is to bring people in, and then therefore I think you need to lessen treating it like a high art critique and treating it more like it's actually like a fun hobby to engage with that doesn't put people under this much stress and make them cry and all of these other things. I mean, they might be trying to keep the sponsors happy, but I don't really know I don't really know how much the sponsors are dictating what's going on in here. Like, if I'm honest, like, I know they probably have to show, like, I know they have, I think, Vallejo's sponsoring them. I believe there's an airbrush company, the one that he was like, the guy should have known it because it's in the shop. I don't even remember. See, this is the thing, Squidmar. I don't even remember what airbrush you're talking about. So the fact that he didn't know all, like, the mid-brand one is, again, subjective to what your interests and needs in an airbrush are. But like the airbrush, and then there's like Gamer Grass, I believe, is one of their sponsors because they show them a lot. And I think there's like one or two others. But like, I don't think it's something being dictated by the sponsorships, honestly. Like, the sponsorships in this case are probably going, Squidmar has 125,000 subscribers, which means, and this is a big competition show, which in theory should get a lot of eyes on it because people love competition shows. They love it. It's great. Part of the fun is having the characters, hence why they're fixating on Maxime, is because he's a character. But like, you have to decide who this is actually for. Because if it's just for people already into miniature painting who want to do this level of competition, then fine, be as snooty as you want. But if it's not, then stop being so snooty.
Back from the contestants, both during the show and after the show, which is why I think each recording of each...
Oh no, you smashed up your demon princes while you were building it? Oh no, Haley, I'm so sorry. I hope you were able to repair them.
It's like every competitor knew that this was a competition. They knew that it was a reality TV show. They knew it's for entertainment, and everyone that is part of it is an adult. We don't have any kids part of the show. The youngest one is Maxime, and he's like 23, 24. On top of that, they all have incredibly high integrity, strong personalities, and they all wanted to compete in this brand new way for this miniature painting hobby. With that said, before I move on to talking about it, there's gonna be more massive spoilers for episode 4. So if you haven't seen that yet, you might want to pause and come back to this video after.
Okay, please address episode 4.
People think that we made is when we asked Anastasia and Amalia why they think they deserve to move on to the next week. They both had been in first place once, they had been in second place once, and they had been second to last once.
I don't care. The fact that they placed because y'all judged them to be in those positions does not mean that you get to make them beg for their spot on the show. Because I feel like that's essentially what you did. It wasn't deliberately that, but bro, it's really, really looked that way. Because you basically told them, we can't make a decision, girls, so we're gonna make you two decide which of you goes home. We'll still say that we went and made the decision because we're gonna go defer for 2 more minutes and make the final call. But realistically, what I'm asking you to do is tell me why you're good enough to stay so that we can now choose which of you stays. Because we're not big enough to make the decision ourselves based off of everything else we've seen of you in this competition thus far. I don't care that they had been placed similarly, that their experiences were the same. That's what you did to them, Squidmar.
Once. And they had done equally much to make their piece the bottom piece that week. This is something that the judges discussed over and over again. I think per piece, this was the one that we spent most time discussing and judging. And we came up with the idea that if we asked them what's their plan is moving forward, what they can contribute with in the future could maybe help us get a tiebreaker.
I agree, Captain Comic Geek. I know that pleading their case in competition shows is a thing that is done. I don't like it even when those competition shows do it. I do not think that a competitor should have to plead their case. Their pleading of their case is their piece. If the judges can't make a decision, then maybe that piece shouldn't actually be in the bottom. Because if you can't decide between the two of them who actually should go, then like, no. The judges need to make the piece, like, or need to make the decision. Like, I don't think you should ask people to have to plead their case and go, because like, especially considering there is no way on this planet that those judges weren't aware of the fact that Amelia seems allegedly seems to have a little bit of a confidence issue, considering she didn't consider herself a high enough end painter to even be on the show in the first place. They made it very clear in multiple episodes that she felt that way, and they made a point of it when they kicked her off in episode 4. And knowing that, that is going to do so much damage to her mentally. She may not know it yet. She may not want to admit it, but I promise you that there is a high likelihood that the fact that they made her go, "Why should you stay?" over your friend who you worked with on this piece is not going to be more detrimental to them pulling their thumbs out of their asses and making a decision themselves. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, I get that, but that my feeling towards it is like, you are not considering what that is doing to the person you're asking to beg for their spot, because that's what it looks like. Like, I don't care that it's pleading for your case and trying to show your merits of why you're doing this. No. Like, the merits were chosen already of them getting on the show. The only merits they need to show going forward is their pieces they present. The judges should be able to make a decision off of that. That should have been the final choice. If they liked Anastasia's medal really a lot, but thought that Amelia did not do enough on the base on the other side, then sure, pick that as your fucking reason, but at least choose something. That pisses me off.
Maybe one of them has the willpower of a lion and really, really wants to.
That shouldn't matter.
Finals. And maybe have an idea how to get out of this roller coaster of being at the top and then at the bottom and then at the top and then at the bottom. And in some ways, I feel like we got an answer. And we had not planned prior to judging on asking them this question. It was literally because it was neck and neck. And none of us had expected it to be that emotional. For all of us, for the judges and for the contestants. I think everyone was super tired because of like the long working days. Obviously, we had worked for a week, long 12 hours recording days and pushing themselves to the limit creatively for the show. And I think that question just, in that situation, pushed them over a limit where it became tough. Like, it was tough. It was tough for all of us. But it's the first time we're doing anything like this, and we don't know what to expect when we make decisions. All we can do is make the best decision based on the information we have.
You don't know what to expect when you make decisions. You should be considering the outcomes of your decisions before you make them. Like, I am not the best person who always does that. I am very reactionary, and I will make decisions on the fly before considering them. And I will admit that very fully right now. But to say that, like, no, Squidmar.
We have available.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Like, my mind is blown.
Seeing someone being pushed beyond that limit, where it's like, it's too much, it's too stressful, and like, it becomes too tough for them to even answer that question. The question itself wasn't the tough thing, it's the situation we're in and how stressed everyone is and how much everyone wants to move forward to the next week.
You're so just justifying your own actions with bullshit.
Handle it gracefully despite that. Would it have been better if we just pick one? Maybe.
Yes. The answer is yes. The answer is definitively hard yes. It would have been so much better if you had just picked one, because that's your fucking job as the judge. You are the judges. It is your job, your sole job in this competition show. I know that you are the director and producer and all of that as well, Squidmar. I respect and understand that. But as the role of judge, your sole purpose in that instance is to make that decision. That is your job. That is 100,000%, 1,000,000,000% your job. Yes, you should have just made the decision yourself.
Probably.
Yes.
At that point, it was such a toss-up for the judges. There were some judges that preferred Anastasia's part, there was some that preferred Amalia's part, but it wouldn't have been fair either to just do a coin toss. And asking that question did help a little bit. But as I said, I think it would have been better not to do it. And will we do it in the future seasons? If there's a season 2, I think it's safe to say we won't. I think we learned that already at the day of recording. We did talk.
Oh my God, good, because I'm at least they learned they shouldn't do it. I'm a little like the thing that actually has me irritated at this point is how much he's justifying all of his actions with this is the first time we've done this. We didn't know what we were getting into, blah, 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 blah. We took on a big project that's too much for us. Well, then don't put it like then figure that out first. Like I know you can't just not put it out. Like I get that that's unrealistic and everything. They had sponsorships, they had obligations. Obviously they had paid people. They're not going to waste that money and completely tank it. But like boys, you're making a competition show. The fact that you didn't consume every creative competition show that you possibly could have to vet and scout ideas and like looked at the comments of those shows or the critiques on forums about those shows and the things that people did and did not like about them and how they handled judging especially is a massive failure. And I wish you had done better. Here's the thing. I also 100% believe they did do some research. I don't think they did none. But like, I'm really now starting to question like, okay, but did you do this based off of memory of when you were watching some of these competition shows back in the day? Or did you actively for like, I don't know, a month or at least hell, even a week prior to really formulating the like concept and post and putting this out to people? Did you do some research? Did you watch nothing but competition shows till your eyes bled so that you could get all of the best ideas and really make this the most and understand what you're getting into? Because you should have. You should have. I really think you should have.
Super graceful about it. I don't think people understand how strong they are. They can definitely stand their own ground. It is super nice of you to want to come up and defend them against big bad Squidmar, but they can definitely hold their own and they definitely thrive under pressure. These girls are amazing artists and I am so proud of what they achieved. And I think it's safe to say it's definitely not the last thing we're gonna see of Amalia, who had to leave last week. And she released a video on her YouTube channel, so I cannot recommend enough. Go follow her, give her a subscription, and leave a nice comment to her because she definitely deserves it. And we're definitely gonna see more of her in the future. I think.
What we're not. Wait. We're gonna cut to the judges' response to an episode, but you're not gonna do the same courtesy to Amalia and get actual more eyes on her video to give her a little boost, Squidmar, and put it actually in this video. Like, are we not getting that? Because if we get it, I'll take those words back.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh my God. Thank you, Squidmar. Thank you. I was really worried.
I think things are getting a little bit out of hand and I don't like it that much. Even though episode 4 was really intense and it was super emotional in the moment, this was all resolved after the recording of the episode, and we have talked about the feedback together and they have been super nice about it and told us that they don't.
I am so relieved to hear. I am genuinely so relieved to hear that they actually did give legitimate feedback. And I hope she's not just bullshitting to try to like save face because Squidmar is huge and like, and like she's just like trying to resolve things and move on. Like I really hope that this is, I think it is. I legit think it is. I'm glad that they actually gave her legitimate critical feedback, ideally afterwards. That's not even my issue. You need to give some of that on the show. Like I have said it so many times already, but the biggest issue is that you aren't letting us see that critical feedback be given in like almost any capacity. You let us see it when you're praising the audience, or not the audience. You let us see it when you're praising the winners, but you don't actually let us see it when you're doing the full critique of the people who are about to get out of the show. And if you had simply done that, I feel like it would have been so much better. Like, I feel like a lot of this drama could have just been avoided. A lot of like, honestly, my like feelings towards this would be so much more positive, especially on episode 4, if that had simply been delivered. Like a single actual legitimate feedback critique that wasn't just privately delivered to her afterwards, because like that is insane to me. But okay, I want to continue hearing. I am glad that she got feedback. Havman, thank you so much for the $5 donation. You'll watch the rest of the rant on this response later. You're off to your doctor's appointment. All right, well, have fun. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the donation.
That's a negative, like they only have the good intentions. Emil has been so supportive of me during the recording of the show, but also afterwards. I also want to say, if you want to support me and then you shit on other contestants or judges, that does not support me. It actually makes me very sad and upset. I got along really well with other contestants. I got along really well with the judges. And so, yeah, 0 out of 10 scam from me. Honestly, I think the Squidmar team has done such an incredible job, and I'm so excited to watch the rest of the episodes. So yeah, have a good one.
And there is this
I wish we had gotten more from her. I do understand not like, and here's the thing, I don't think Squidmar or anything should be getting like hate. I think they should be getting critical feedback saying that you guys didn't do this in a really constructive way, and this is honestly my recommendation for how to do it better. And I feel like I've gotten mad, don't get me wrong, because as I said, I'm a very reactionary person and I'm very passionate and I feel a lot of things, and I just really did not like the way that they handled this. And honestly, I really just have not liked the attitude or like their justification in the response video either. Like, I almost would prefer there to be no response. That's not true. I am glad that there's still a response. I just wish I had gotten a little bit of a different response, because I feel like my main issue does not feel fully addressed. I feel like it's in the back half of this episode, and so much of this episode was dedicated to episode 3 drama, which I really feel like did not exist. Like the way they presented the episode 4 from the starting of the judging to the conclusion of that episode was not great. I really did not need to see like the outburst of somebody being like, oh, I will fight you on this. I disagree with that opinion. And then like genuinely, I at least respect and am grateful that the team at Squidmar understands to probably not make the make the contestants give a justification for why they should stay in the future. Like, I at least am glad that he's learned that lesson, because it really does not look good. Like, it really did not look good. I'm excited to watch the next episodes. Like, honestly, I'm excited for episode 5. I think episode 6 just came out, and I'm definitely gonna wrap it up. Like, even with as much as I have felt about the episode 4 disaster, as I'm going to call it, I really, really have been loving it. And I want a season 2. I don't want them to stop. I just need them to find their vision a little bit better, because I feel like even in this response episode, the flip-flop for between wanting to introduce this as a way to like get new people into the hobby versus this being for people who are already invested in the hobby and who are looking to see a competition show about judging the best of competitive painters. Those are two very different ideas, and they are for very different audiences, because the new person who has never painted before or has very limited experience in painting but is maybe interested in getting more invested in the hobby is going to be terrified by the level of critique that these people are having to go through. Because if you think that a base coat is an unfinished product, well, guess what? Games Workshop telling them to get their models to a table ready like level is going, and that might be their painting level right now, means that they are going to feel so discouraged to maybe not even want to try, because what they're already doing to you is considered unpainted. And that is so insulting and like just like a bad vibe to put out. So if it is genuinely your intention for this to be for new people, that attitude has to stop. Like that elitist attitude must stop.
Has to be perfect, but there also has to be a little bit of grace and humility of there being room for mistakes, I think is the way that I want to put it. Because it's the first time anyone in this hobby do anything like this, and we are never going to be perfect. We're literally just
Sure,
humans.
CPF, I bumped the volume a little bit for you. Hopefully it's better now.
Out of proportions, because when you're not there, you don't know what's happening, you don't know the situation, and it's easy to project your own feelings when you see the show and you're like, I want to make sure that this person know that I'm defending them. But then we have the other side where people are like going and bashing other contestants because your favorite has to leave, or bashing the judges or the show, or whatever. And it's really tough for us to see that, especially when this show, as I mentioned, is like the biggest thing we've ever done, which also means it brings in so much people. And even if it's just a small percentage that comes in and are super negative or hateful towards me or towards another contestant, the total amount is so big that we kind of, we had to, obviously you've seen now, we paused the comments on episode 4 because we had to delete literally 200.
Okay, so they have paused the
during
comments on
that
episode
day.
4.
The week before, we deleted over 100 comments, direct hate comments. And I'm not talking now about feedback, because feedback we can take. I mean, just go to the 3rd and 4th and
Yeah, if you're going onto the page and just being like, this is bullshit, that person deserves to like blah blah blah, and I'm gonna be an asshole, a slur here or something like that. That don't do that. That is, again, go back to the rule about if you've got nothing nice to say, then don't say it at all. That is not something you need to be putting out on the internet. It just makes you look like a dick.
Direct personal attack towards the contestant. That's not what this show is about. It's not what our channel is about. So we're a small team, as we say, like we can't be up 24/7 to handle the comments. It's just not possible. But hopefully, like if we can continue improving and we can continue making each episode better, hopefully everything gets better and the next season is gonna be even better if we ever get to that point. Because it's not like we're making $1 billion on this show. I can tell you that. We'll be happy if we break even. But I'm still fucking hyped about it. I'm hyped about the reaction from people, and I think also the reason why people care so much is because they are so involved. Like they love the channel, they love the hobby, they love the contestants, they become their best friend during the show. And when things don't happen the way that you want it to happen, you know, you're gonna get mad, but it just has to be in like a reasonable manner and have reasonable expectations on the show.
I agree with him 100%. I do think people who are being like explicit or like exceptionally hateful towards like a particular contestant or like a particular, like even the judge that I have issues with, like I'm not going to send him hate. I don't want him to like anything like that. I want him to give proper feedback in future episodes so that I don't feel so enraged by his BS. Because that's really all it was, is he just didn't give feedback I was satisfied with because it was nothing. He told them nothing. He said there were too many things and moved on according to your editing. And if that is the editing problem, because he did say something more after that, and when I'm going to give you a singular example, then we should have seen that, because that's really what like, and I really am curious, like, if other people who are pissed who aren't just being assholes, is like the generalized feeling. I do wonder if that is the more generalized feeling. Mr. I'm holding my jacket. Yes. Yeah. I like, even with my dislike of how he handled that, it's not because I dislike him. His attitude and like behavior annoyed me. But the main thing that I dislike is just that he didn't give proper critique while claiming to be while being held up as this like great miniature painter who should be able to critique because he's got all this knowledge and experience.
Never force the contestants to explain why they should win. And no. And they shouldn't, because they're not miniature masters. The miniature masters is not Golden Demon. We don't have the goal to become Golden Demon. We want to be miniature masters. Like you have to think of it like we're following in the footsteps of Lego Masters, American Idol, MasterChef, Got Talent, like all of those shows, but with a twist of miniatures. And it's gonna be different. And if you do things differently, it's gonna feel different, you're gonna have different experiences, and it's not gonna be exactly the way you want. But hopefully for season 2, people know what to expect, and then maybe you'll feel better about the decisions we make in each episode. The one thing that I want to cover before we move...
Oh, I do feel bad for him. At this point, I just feel like he's circling and justifying.
Hate, because a lot of people don't... Like when you watch the show, you just think about yourself in that bubble and that you're watching the show. But every episode has about 20 hours of recorded material. And we have to cut that down to make a watchable show. So you don't know what else the judges are saying to the contestants once they've given them feedback. Maybe they said 10 positive things, and just have some understanding that...
I just want to hear one of the actual negative things, Squidmar.
In the episode. So hopefully you can trust that the decisions that are made based off
I don't care about the positive shit. I actually would like, I'm like, I don't need that. I don't need a focus on you upping these people's egos. I want to see the critique.
There's no hate between the judges and the contestants or any of the judges, even if we argue during the judging. We're all adults, we're there to make good decisions for each other, for the show, and there's no animosity. So hopefully you shouldn't feel that animosity towards the judges or any other contestants either, because none of the contestants hate the other contestants because they move forward. And they did.
It's true.
Keep that in mind when
they have had problems with their feedback from the start because of the horses comment of just like, it needs more ambiance for whatever that means.
This is my opinion, because honestly, I'm so proud of the contestants of what they did. I'm so proud of what they put in for the show. I'm so proud of what we put in for the show. And we could not have found a better group. Like literally everyone part of the show. I'm so happy that they were our selection.
Okay, I think he's basically wrapped up. Like, I don't really feel like there's that much more, even though there is like a few more minutes. But I'm just... Okay. Oh, the moving forward. Okay, so finally the like, how are they doing things going forward? Let's wrap that up.
Positivity. And I keep getting like the loveliest DMs from people who are like new to the hobby, just getting into it, learning so much from the show and getting so excited. Every Wednesday is like the day they like hyped to see the show and excited to...
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that, because if I was a new painter who knew nothing about this, I'd be so intimidated.
What's really painful is the direct hate. As I've already mentioned, last week about 200 comments, the week before that about 100 comments with direct personal attacks and hate towards contestants. Also a little bit towards judges and the decisions we made, but mainly towards the contestants. If we want this show to be able to help grow the hobby, help grow the community, and help grow our channel obviously as well, there has to be a balance, because right now there is an imbalance. Like
I mean, I know your hardcore fans are going to care about building your own channel, but I'm not sure that's what most of your audience is really caring about right now.
Because if not, no one is going to want to apply for season 2 because they know that there's a hate storm coming, and no one wants that. The day of this recording, again, I woke up to another comment. This is a person who was so angry that we had paused the comments on the 4th episode.
Oh, I'm sure everybody's going to go on and make amazing miniatures. Everybody on this show is insanely talented.
One of the painters. You can
like, they're all exceptional.
Stuff, because I don't want the painters to see this stuff. But like the level of anger and hate someone has because they don't like one of the painters is just absurd. And honestly, again, like it hurts. It hurts me so much because I put the painters in this situation, and it hurts because I know how much it hurts because we also get these comments. We're doing our best, and like all the contestants are doing their best. So please have some empathy. I know it's the internet. Internet's gonna internet, but help us move it to a more positive space. So
there is a lot of hate in the hobby. That is very true, unfortunately.
Able to do another show. I think we're excited to do it, but it needs to be worth doing it as well. Now you've already seen that the comments are off on this video, and probably understand why. 98% of you are gonna be super gracious about it. You're gonna be hyping us up to make the show even better and make it a safe space for everyone and be hyped for a season 2. And then there's gonna be 2%.
I am hyped for season 2.
Everyone working on these videos are working freaking full-time.
I just genuinely do hope you guys fix your judging process, because not even your judging process. The process isn't the problem. It's the presentation. It is genuinely the presentation.
Contestants after this episode, you're probably always gonna hate us. So my recommendation is just to not watch the videos and enjoy something else instead. If you're on the other side, hopefully this video helped clarify a lot of questions regarding the production, like the judging and everything.
Honestly, it didn't. Like, there were some things clarified, and I'm glad we at least got to see Amelia's video as well. Because I was really worried he was just to be like, go check it out, and then like not show anything of it.
We've learned so much,
but
it's been such a humbling experience, and I hope you're here for
it didn't. He didn't talk about some of those things that I would love to see changed.
We want you to be. And on top of that, it's okay if the show isn't perfect. No one is perfect. Yeah, give it time, give it grace.
First rule of any hobby, the first rule of life should just be, maybe don't be a dick. Maybe don't be a dick.
That's a collective.
All right, well, with that, I'm glad that we watched this. I do think, like, it helped a little bit. There are definitely a lot of things that I feel like that he didn't address that I would like to see addressed. This is just me personally, and I understand clearly the channel, like his channel must have gotten way more comments and way more hate about episode 3 than I even realized. I'm so shocked by that because I had no issues with the decisions made in episode 3, and I felt like the critique was even handled better. Like, my biggest issue is episode 4, and I don't really feel like I am super satisfied with like the decision process. And while I did like hearing from Amelia, and wanting and hearing her side of things, and like that she did get feedback and all of that stuff afterwards, that's great. I love that. But it didn't really make me feel better about the fact that as they presented it to us as the audience, she didn't. And that looks really bad. Like I just think that looks really bad. So I hope that they do take a lot of the feedback that they've gotten. I hope some of the positive feedback has been more in the same line as like maybe my thoughts, because it's kind of hard to now like give that, I guess, because he has comments off. But I assume you could probably like go ahead and just like message him on Instagram or something like that if you really wanted to give feedback. And if you do, make sure it's like critical and not just hate, because like we don't want to spread that. That is something that I do think the hobby has way too much of, even this day and age, when I thought it should be gone all by now, but it's not, and we don't need to be spreading it. And we definitely should not be hating on any of the judges, any of the contestants, or Squidmar, or anybody on that channel. Everybody that's there is awesome and they're doing their best. I hope they learn from this. Like, that's the biggest thing, is I hope they learn from this. I'm not thrilled with the excuse of we didn't know what we were getting into. That feels a little half-assed, I will admit, but I also understand the perspective, because this is such a big project that like, how are you going to know everything that's going to come up? I feel like how you present the judging should have been the first thing you figured out, though. That's my one feedback. Like, I just feel like that should have been the first thing nailed down and like really studied across the board of all of these creative shows. Because I noticed like Squidmar keeps mentioning like very basic shows like this, like Top Chef, or Master Chef, or whatever it was, Lego Masters, American Idol, that kind of stuff, and in Project Runway and those kinds of things. And I'm like, those are great, but there's like so many more you could be taking inspiration from, and I'm worried that they didn't, and I hope that they do in the future. That's my hope for them. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching the episode with me and listening to me rant. Let's go ahead and move on to something else now. And that something else is a short break, but afterwards, I think we're gonna go ahead and come back, and I want to get started. It's so dark, but I want to get started on this beautiful pauldron that I have. Is this not so cool? I love it. It's Deathwatch, and it looks amazing. It fits really well. I haven't put any straps or anything on it, but this is what we're going to be working on, I think, when we get back. I'm very hyped, so I'm going to take a short break, and I'll see you guys when I get back. They probably didn't have any presenter training. I mean, that's entirely possible. That is entirely possible, and maybe that will be something that they'll have a little bit more experience with now because they've done it in this first season, but very excited to see what they do going forward. I'm excited to watch episode 5 with you guys. Like, we'll probably do that soon. And I'm excited to do it because I do want to see the show. Like, I want to see what else they're doing. I want to see how the rest of the contestants end up faring in the competition. And I'm curious to see, of the feedback that they've already been getting because of all the drama, how much have they already adapted and changed things up? Like, that's honestly what I'm really, really looking forward to. But yes, it is a Deathwatch Pauldron, and that's what we're going to be working on when I get back. So I'll see you guys in about 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll work.
I just think they got too
All right, hello everybody, welcome back. I'm gonna do a little intro here because I'm gonna start recording the stream full. Slightly, I'm gonna shift myself. I think I felt like I was just a little off center, but I didn't want to move the camera, so I just moved myself. Okay, so I'm gonna do a little bit of recording, so I'm gonna start that in just a second. But I am back. We're going to work on this pauldron. Let me just get all my tools and stuff over here. I had to run around and find all the paints that I wanted to use and all of that. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Hello everybody, today I have this beautiful Deathwatch Pauldron, and we've already printed it, we've already filler primed it, and we've got it prepped with some black paint. Next up, I want to go ahead and actually do the detail work, and I'm actually really excited about this because it should be pretty straightforward. Fingers crossed, nothing goes horribly wrong. So the idea here is we need to put silver on the text as well on the actual trim of the pauldron, and then the eye, the inquisitional eye with the skull and crossbones here, is gonna get a lovely coating of gold. I've already picked out some colors. I was looking through my collection as I was gathering paints for this. Holy moly, I have like 9 bottles of lead belchers.
I'll go mix it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's a great call, actually. Please do go mix that. Ooh. He's fine. Everything's fine. But yeah, no, because like I have so many bottles of lead belcher. Oh my gosh. So I think lead belcher is what I'm going to go ahead and do for all of the text and the trim and everything. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and use some greedy gold because I'm actually very low on a lot of my other golds, and I know greedy gold is really easy for me to get my hands on because all of my local game stores have War Paints Fanatics, and so I figured this is gonna work great for our gold. So there is a little bit of touch up that I need to do, so I'm gonna use some of this black paint here real quick to go ahead and do a little bit of touch up, because when we were priming this, we didn't quite get into like the underside of the skull quite as much. It kind of looks like it is, but it's not. I can see a little hint of the original gray that was the PLA that we printed this in. And I wanna go ahead and just take care of that. Did I grab the bottle that is plugged? I did. Awesome. Well, thankfully I have a different bottle of black here. Hopefully this one's not clogged. Perfect, it's not. Excelente. So I mostly brought over sponges for this. Probably should have brought a brush for one thing, but I'm just gonna go ahead and not use that side. Can you grab me also just one like medium-sized brush? Though, oh, where's my big one actually? Did I not bring in that big wide brush? Oh, these feel so much better. Thank you. I just need a medium-sized brush because I want to get in and do the touch-up on the underside of that skull real quick. And I guess if any other black touch-up that I might need to do, but hopefully we won't have to do too much. But yeah, I'm very excited about this. It should be a lot of fun, and hopefully, fingers crossed, it won't take me that long. Thank you so much. Perfect. Excellent. All right, so I'm gonna use this little guy, get a little bit of water on my brush, and then just go in here and kind of get the underside of this because it didn't quite get primed fully. No, that was fine. I don't even know if it's gonna be noticeable, if I'm honest, but I just figured for consistency's sake, might as well get a little bit of paint up there. Okay, I think that looks good. Just go ahead and rinse this brush. And let's go ahead and actually get to painting. So what I'm thinking, I might end up just using, this is such a nice stiff bristled brush. It might be really,
The terrain brush.
yeah, the terrain brush. It might be good for kind of stippling the silver on. Let's go ahead and see. Okay, this one's completely unopened. Let's use one of the opened ones first and clear those, because I don't even know how. Yeah, I'm gonna use this to get the paint out. Get a little bit on my palette, kind of get it in there. And then I'm gonna start with, I think, I'm gonna start with the top. Is this part of the trim?
Yep.
Oh, that's a good point. Yes, let me look up a Deathwatch. I would, for some reason, even though I literally said it just moments ago, blanked on the word Deathwatch. Deathwatch Pauldron. I don't know if I spelled that correctly, but it'll probably autocorrect it for me. Yep, that's what I meant. Images. It is silver. Okay. Actually, I'll leave that open so I have...
everything that's not in the set.
Yeah, basically. That's kind of what I thought, but I wanted to make sure that I was remembering that correctly. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and start going. There we go. Looking good already. Let's get kind of like an even coating, like a thin coating on everything first, and then we'll just build up the paint. Thankfully, we primed it in black, so we don't have to really do anything else about it. It's ready to go. Gonna end up looking nice and shiny. And the nice thing is this is such a rough textured brush that I do think it will give us some nice textures potentially, limiting what additional weathering we need to do, which will be cool. I say optimistically. Oh, but yeah, I'm liking the way this is looking already. Yeah, it makes sense. Hopefully by going thin, everything will dry relatively quickly. That's my optimism here. I'm gonna go ahead and put this underneath, just so I don't get too much paint on my actual table. And I'm actually just gonna try to do this. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, on the screen it looks amazing. Just trying to keep my brush flat and parallel to the text so that I don't end up into those recesses. Which is a little challenging because it's curved surface, but we're doing our best. We get a little bit of silver on the eye, it's not a big deal. We will be covering that up with gold in the end, so it will not matter in all things considered. Oh yeah, look at that. That text is popping already. I love it. I guess it doesn't matter if I get any on that, because it is going to get covered as well. Nice little battle damage on this one, which is pretty cool. I think this is literally potentially from Space Marine 2. I don't know if it's identical, but it's definitely based off of it, it seems. Definitely seems based off of it with some of the battle damage. You think it's 1-to-1 with the video game? Okay, that's what I wasn't sure, but it looked like it based off of some of the stuff that you've shown me, or that I was looking at when I was comparing them, so. Excellent. Oh, looks good. You've got like a little bit of silver into the black, but honestly, I'm not sure I'm gonna even like try to correct that because it just kind of looks like battle damage. Like, it would, if it got scratched or scuffed, which obviously it has had damage, it would start to show some of maybe the original metal beneath, which to me makes sense. So I'm not even sure I'm worried. Like, that's the main, that little section I might clean up. That I think I just went a little too heavy. But overall, I think it's looking pretty good. I still have plenty of paint on this brush to start giving a first rough coat to some of these other letters. So until we're really starting to not see any silver come off, I think we're just gonna keep going. And just remember to keep it light-handed. So it's not a helmet, it's a pauldron. So it's gonna go on my shoulder. But it's a Deathwatch shoulder for Warhammer 40K. That's what it is, Northman. Okay, I'll definitely, okay, I'm gonna tidy it up right now. I'm gonna tidy it up right now. I'm even gonna get a smaller brush to do so. One moment. All right, let me just grab a slightly, yeah, this will be perfect actually. Because I can even use this as a tiny dry brush if I need to. So I'm excited for this. All right. Looks like a helmet from Conan the Barbarian. Oh, I kind of see what you mean. But yeah, no, like, would it be facing like this way? Is this the way the helmet would be in Conan? Because I don't think it would be this way, right? Like that doesn't make sense to me. All right, let's clean up some of this spillover. It's a little bit more right there. Okay. I'll do more cleanup at the end, but I do think it's gonna clean up fine, so I'm not really that worried about it. Should look crisp. Okay, I wasn't sure if we were going for like battle damage or not, but if we want crisp, I can absolutely do crisp and clean. I'll be even more careful. But I'll also do a little bit of cleanup in the future. All right, since I've got so much excess on my brush right now, instead of trying to wipe that onto the letters, I'm gonna go ahead and do another layer onto the top of the pauldron. I'm actually gonna switch. Well, I wanna get more paint off of this a little bit more. I do need to keep doing this. But when I do the final layer on the edge, I'm gonna use a softer brush so that it's a little smoother. Oh, well, thank you. you, Corsair. Oh, Corsair, I wanted to let you know that I have ordered the HO. Hold on, what was the abbreviation? I always forget the freaking name of this plane. Boo, 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 boo. Where are you? The HO229B. I have ordered it. It's on its way. So it will be here. I haven't checked on the actual like shipping update or anything, but it has been ordered, and I do think it has started its process to getting its way to me. So, woohoo! I'm excited. This is working great. This is working great. Okay. Going to take and switch over to the slightly larger brush. It's a bit softer. Okay, it's doing what I want up here, which is excellent. Kind of smoothing some of our textures down. I am going to get a little bit more water into the brush while I do this. On this top section, I do think the paint was actually behaving a little too dry, which is where some of my textures were coming from in the first place. They were. I really want to get my hands on some of those true metallic colors that Vallejo came out with recently that we learned about when we were watching Miniature Masters. I do think that sounds really cool, and I want to give it a try. And I kind of compare them to like these ones, which I really like. Well, okay, Leadbelcher maybe I don't like as much. That's why I have so much of it. I barely use it, but I do think it looks really good on this. I mean, it is literally a Warhammer color, so it makes sense, right? All right, let's see how this works on the letters. Do I need the stiffer brush? No, I think I can use this. I'll still have to do a little bit of cleanup, but that's okay. I want to start getting this side because we really haven't done too much to it at all. And I think it's his time. Okay, I do think we want to go back to our stiffer brush. Like the soft brush is working okay, but it is getting, because its bristles are softer and have more give to them, they are dipping into the recesses a bit more than I am happy with. So we're just gonna grab this and yeah, that's working better. I can angle it a bit more and hit more of the letters because they're not, like I said, they're not completely even. It is on a curve. But this is working really well. And then I definitely think I needed water on it. And I'm really trying not to overload it with paint because I really just want it to hit that top surface, minimize how much cleanup I need to do. Like there's definitely gonna be some. I can very much tell, but we're trying to limit it. Limit how much? Oh my gosh, Corsair, thank you so much for the $10 donation. I can open, I absolutely can. Do you want me to open 2 black packs or do you want me to open 1 of the lady packs for your lovely $10 donation? What would you like? What is your preference? I guess multiple, so probably the black packs. Death is what I just painted, the word. I just painted it.
I have come for for pack.
Ah, yes. What do you think so far?
I think
Excellent. Okay. Let's go ahead. We'll do the two black packs. He wants to open a few One Piece. Oh, a few One Piece ladies. We can do. What?
I think it just means the ladies.
Okay, cool. Let's do a ladies pack. The black pack? Okay, we'll do 2 black packs, please. For the $10 donation. Instead of the 1 ladies. All right, let's do some quick pack openings before we get back to painting our Deathwatch. Our Deathwatch Pauldron. Thank you so much, Corsair. Appreciate you. All right, what do we got? Don Quijito do Flamingo. I just love saying his name, it's fun. Smoker. Young Brother Marine. Portuguese D Ace. Hollowed Glacier Slash. Ramba. Mr. 3. Nico Robin. Ooh, hold on. Focus. Nico's. There we go. Focus. Excellent. Don Quijito Rosanete. Is that his brother, sister, brother?
One of his family members.
One of his family members.
It might be the younger brother.
Jozu. Yamato. Sick. In her cool, like, Kiri? Kirin? I think there's like a specific term. There's a specific term for this type of like mythical antlered creature in like, I think Japanese culture, and I think it's like Kiri.
There is a creature called a Kirin, yes.
Okay, I think this might be it. Ooh, and then another Yamato. Yamato in her human form. Nice. Lovely. What a good pack. Oh, it's cool. She's an SR, actually. So I honestly, I love this version of her. That's pretty. But this is cool. This is an SR, so very nice indeed. Let's see what we got in this one. Will we get an SR with a little star? That would be cool. That would be cool.
Don't spoil anything.
Oh, I'm not.
When we see the trim, it spoils.
Okay. Okay, hold on. The pack is fighting me. Hold on. There we go. Sorry, that corner got stuck. And I didn't want to rip it out. All right. Arlong. Law. As a baby. Jinbei. Rockstar. Black Hole. Honestly, a really sick looking card.
Black hole, son.
Monkey D. Garp. Bartholomew. Kuma. Inazuma. Woo!
It's like my 3rd or 4th of him.
That's true, but he still looks badass every time I see him. So Marshall D. Teach. This buggy. This very femme-looking buggy. Every time I see it, he just like gives me like I'm like, did Ivankov get a hold of him? But no, the boobs are not big enough for that to be the case. Ooh, Vista. And Nami Swan. So nothing super big, but honestly still.
I mean, Nami's are pretty super big.
Oh my. No, that is very true. Also, 3 are you hollow? No, you're just, for some reason on the screen, Buggy looked hollow to me for a second.
It's how fabulous he looks.
Oh, it is. You're right. It is just how fabulous he looks. Well, thank you, Corsair. Very much appreciate it. Need some of my chips. Okay. Let's get back to painting. Some good pulls. Some fun pulls. Every day closer to building that Yamato deck, right?
Honestly, we might have it.
I actually
might have a playset.
I actually think we do, because of how many we've pulled of her. Which would be pretty cool, I'll admit. I do like Yamato. I haven't watched all of Wano, so I don't have Yamato's like actual full story in regards to having seen it. But I do.
He's very confused, but very hot.
Yeah, that's kind of the. I mean, I was gonna have an ego and say I can relate. I relate to the confused part. I get very confused. Okay. Does Yamato identify as a man? No, I didn't realize that. My bad.
Kind of.
Okay, I was like, I thought we had like watched a thing from Oda about that, and I didn't remember him saying.
It's Oda's interpretation of it is somewhat different from a traditional, and traditional is a stretched word here, Western view on a trans character.
Okay, interesting.
In the sense that Yamato believes they are a man who used to exist.
I see.
And they kind of seem to think that they have the body, but they definitely
Acknowledge their boobies?
sometimes.
Okay, interesting. I mean, that's the thing is like it is also Oda, so I'm like he drew. I mean, I don't know. I actually don't know.
Oda was intending to do like a deep psychological deep dive onto identity in that way.
That's fair.
Yamato just believes that they are the direct reincarnation of a man.
Yes,
But
I knew that
I
part.
believe it's they also believe, I think, in a religion where they get reincarnated as different genders all the time.
I see.
So I don't think it's necessarily different than any other thing. Yamato just claims to be aware of their past life, which is of itself kind of weird and its own thing.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
Like, I think that's the important thing to remember with Yamato and that discussion point about her, is that she comes from a background where reincarnation of different genders is not unusual.
Yeah,
So I don't think it's tied to the same identity politics we have.
that's fair.
She's also still quite insane.
That I would believe.
But that is in no way reflective of anyone in reality. That is reflective of the dragon Kirin girl in fictional Wano.
Yes,
She'd be crazy.
she be crazy. All right, let's go ahead and get this edge, which is going to be the little slightly trickier part. Not too bad, but I think it'll be fine. There is the potential for an extreme mess up. We're just going to gently swish our brush around.
Yamato's a warlord strength character in One Piece. If Yamato wants to go into the men's bath, Yamato gets to go into
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if, like,
What
Yamato...
man is going to argue when Yamato comes into the bath?
Right?
Even Luffy was cool with it.
All right, let's go ahead and smooth this down. We're looking really nice on the silver. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, the other side of that brush had way more paint on it than one side. Well, let's go ahead and use it. Let's go ahead and use it. There we go. Okay, I think we finally need a little bit more paint. There we go. That's a bit of a better coverage now. Excellent, yes. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna finish the silver and then finish the gold and then do my black cleanup because I figure there's a chance that I might get some of the gold on the black too. Why do 2 cleanup steps when I can just do the one? I need more paint, but this brush is too big to put into this container. There we go. Clean this. There we go. Excellent. Lift it back up. Get our big brush back out. Load it up with some more paint. Not too aggressively, of course. And get back to the trim. I think I want a little bit more water on that brush, actually. It was not flowing. It was not flowing and I did not like it. There, that's so much nicer. Did not like the way it was sticking. Yeah, that's fine when I'm trying to do some like dry brushy type things, but not when I'm trying to do a more consistent, even flow. Back over here, this should be pretty much dry. Oh, it's looking so nice. Hell yeah. There we go. How do we think it's looking, chat? Are we pleased? Would the Deathwatch let me in with a pauldron painted like this? Can we see the vision? A little bit more water, a little bit more paint. Perfect. Going into this interior a little bit more. Okay, I'm gonna set it down a little bit and try to get this section and this side, just like we did before. Okay, good, just making sure you guys can see it still. It's looking like real metal? Excellent. That's what we want. That's what we're looking for. All right, let's go ahead and come in here. I feel like the dent should just be pure silver. I need to look on the reference because I do think this is a one-to-one copy of what's in Space Marine 2. I want to see how they handle the color on this dent. Like, do they just leave it mostly black? Probably. But I want to see what they do. In the meantime, I'm also going to eat a chip. You're back from your doctors? Nice. Oh yeah, congratulations on the weight loss. That is awesome. All right, let me pull up my reference real quick. Okay, here's an image of it. Nope, nope, nope. Is there like one that shows the battle damage a bit better, please? Like, I know seeing the text is cool, but like I want to see the battle damage. Show me the battle damage, please. Okay, let's go into this one, see if we can zoom in. Can I please just see the freaking image zoomed in? Good Lord, Google. Okay, I think it's black. I think they just leave it mostly black. So we're gonna try to do the same. Okay, there we go. That's looking really nice. I'm going to put it this way because I want to take care of this section now. Okay, looking good. Very pleased with how this is turning out. Fill in some of the letters. Near the edge, because they need it a bit. Okay, that looks good. Do the other ones on the other side? Yeah, they do. Oh! Most metals get dented, unusually get shiny? Okay, get shiny. Okay, well then, maybe we'll put a little bit of metallic in there. Is meant to be silvered? Okay, then we'll definitely put some silver in there. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that then, since we need to do this. It really looked more like black in the image that I was looking at, but thank you guys for the feedback. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to like dab it into where the dent actually is and kind of let it feather out from there as if some of the paint has still stayed. But we'll do some damage. How's that look? Oh, that looks pretty good. I'm liking the way that is. I think I want to do a little bit more like in this area, and then I might come back in and we might feather in some dark tones to really work it and like bring it in, to like blend it. But I think that's looking pretty decent. Ah. Thank you. Oh, I see, it is more, sorry, on my phone it looked way darker. Sorry, I looked at that exact same image. Sorry, on my phone it looked more black. All right, cool, perfect. That is great, actually. Okay, cool. Oh, thank you, Mateo. Appreciate that. Thank you. Also, thank you, CC, for the clarification and giving me a larger, better like looking image than what I was looking at on my phone. Even though I think I was looking literally the same thing, but I think my like, maybe I need to check on my brightness. Maybe it's just very down because it looks so much darker. So thank you. Okay, let's do this edge. Get this started. Excellent. Looking good. I feel like we're actually going to be done with the silver very, very shortly. Like we'll double check like layer, like how opaque everything feels. But I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good about what we're doing. Okay, we're gonna now do this bottom edge. Wonderful. And then while we have it up here like this, let's go ahead and do this side. And then we will paint the other side as well, like this side as well. But I want all of this other stuff to dry for me. Angela, don't put your hand in it. We were literally trying to avoid that, and you messed it up. You messed it up. really, really like how this is turning out. Okay, I'm gonna let that. I can probably just turn it this way because I need to get this edge. I am gonna switch to my slightly smaller brush. It is a little stiffer, but it's not quite as stiff as the terrain brush, so I'm not too worried. Okay, there we go. It's just a little bit of a shallower edge. That's why I didn't want to use the bigger brush. Let's go. Okay. Just doing a little bit more work on the dent. I'm gonna fill it in a bit more because I figure I can bring some texture. Which question? Oh, let me find that question. I genuinely, oh, sorry. Well, I don't know why Mateo's isn't showing up on my chat that's on screen, but I'm seeing it on the OBS side, but it's not on my chat, my live chat thing. So sorry about that. Did you know that there is a theory where orcs believe the emperor is alive, so he is alive? I have not heard that theory, but I have heard the theory that orcs are, can kind of will things into existence via their belief system, and therefore I could believe that being the case. And then as far as what is my favorite Space Marine chapter, that would be Death Guard. I love my Stinky Boys. I think they're fantastic. I know you might think it would be like Emperor's Children or something like that, something a little bit more Slaneshian, but no, it's actually Death Guard. I love castling. I love their slow, methodical march over the field and how tanky they are in the game. So I've really enjoyed playing Death Guard. They're actually my favorite.
I cycled your chat.
I see that. Thank you so much. I apologize. I didn't realize it had gotten desynced in that way. So appreciate it. Excellent, excellent. All right, let's keep going this. Thank you for the questions, by the way. Sorry I missed them for a little bit. Hopefully it wasn't too long. That's what I get for only looking at one of the screens. All right, let's get a little bit more water on this brush so we can spread this paint around a bit more as we do this final check of our edges, which honestly are looking really good. Oh my gosh, Corsair, thank you for the additional 10. We will absolutely open one of the lady packs for you. Let me just finish this so I can not waste this wet paint, and we will get to that when I wrap up the live. Oh, you want me to do when I wrap up the live stream? Sure, dude, I can totally do that for you. Absolutely. Thank you. Honestly, that's very helpful because that means that I can keep my flow going at this point in my addled brain, so I appreciate you. But yes, we will absolutely open a lady pack at the end. Wow, guys, I just noticed. Oh, dude, from the angle I was looking at, I thought I completely had not painted this undersection, but apparently I had. Yes, when we wrap up, and we'll do it when we wrap up. Absolutely. Perfect, perfect. Okay, I do need more water on this brush. There we go. That looks better. Yeah, I also now think I need more paint. The conundrum. Oh, that doesn't go in. I believe we did, but I'm not sure I did have them in. So I'll double check. Okay. Oh no, I don't need the small brush. I want the big brush. And we were focusing on this area because it was looking a little not unpainted, but it was looking shallow, I guess. It only had one coat, I think. Because I felt like I could see the black through it still a lot. I think that looks better. I do a little bit more there. Heck yeah. Love it. I don't think I did either. I think I opened 2 packs, one each for 2 different like little gifts that were sent in via the new emoji things. And then I opened 2 more for Corsair's first $10 tip, and now we're gonna do a red one for his second tip, but I don't think I did yours for the 5 happen. So I will absolutely open a black pack for that. We'll do it at the same time when we do Corsair's at the end, if that is cool with you. Okay, I think what we're gonna do now is start getting this edge. And in between, we'll then move on while we let this dry because we won't be able to touch it. We'll start working on the gold. Cleanup, I'm gonna just do at the very end. Because ultimately, like, I wanna get as much of that done as I can, but if I have any left over, I can do it off screen. But I wanna get the majority of this, like, actually done. That is my goal. Okay, definitely need more paint. Get more water too. So we can spread this paint better. There we go. Okay, let's get you back onto the paper towel, please, so that when I go down and towards your edges that are against the table, I'm not getting it on my table, I'm getting it on the paper towel. Love it. Filling in all of those lines, making it look good. Nice. All right, do need more paint. Let's get that on the board. Thank you for subscribing, Apt. Which now has just made me think of that Bruno Mars, Blackpink, or Rose, I guess, song, Apt. There we go. Okay, that's looking good. There we go. Okay, I like how that is looking. I'm gonna turn this, grab this brush. Ooh, not that aggressively, Angela. Just aggressively rinsed my brush out and spilled some water onto my palette. It's fine. Do this, kind of clear some of that out. Beautiful. Okay, and then I am going to also rinse this brush a little bit better now. Oop. Okay, let's get some gold paint out. Close this up for right now. Shake up our greedy gold, and we're gonna start putting this on the inquisitional eye. The inquisitional eye. All right, that should be a good amount to get me started. We can hope, fingers crossed, chat. Look at it. Okay, and I do think I want to sponge, or do I just want to? I'm gonna try sponging. Yeah, I think it's doing what I want. Which is just getting a lot of this color everywhere fast. we will smooth this and make it like more solid, I guess is what oop, shit. Okay, that's the thing I need to be careful about. Okay, the sponge is too wide, unfortunately, I think, because I just got some gold onto the letters and I do not want that. Okay, we'll clean that up. Can I get it? Okay, there we go. Got it. Fixing it right now, actually, before we let it sit there and I forget about it. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna use the brush. I think that's gonna be the better option here. I'm just getting some of the silver off while I have it on there before I rinse it. Oh yeah, no, we definitely did. I made it shiny. So the dents will be shiny for sure. No worries there. Okay, let's go ahead and get some of this gold on here now. Still try to do some big, fast coverage, but maybe a little bit more controlled this time. Smidgen more controlled. The burger stack was pretty good. I like sliders, so... I mean, really, I just like burgers. So I'm pretty happy with most burgers. But I do especially love a good slider. And those sliders were pretty good. And I thought it was funny that it was in a giant stack like that, so that's why I ordered it. There we go. Your fish and chips did not look good, I will admit. I noticed that when you were eating them, and I was like, huh. Unfortunately, that looks mediocre, and I'm sorry that that happened for him. Does the grease drip down to the lower ones? Yeah, I guess probably a little bit I noticed that, but they weren't like insanely greasy. So I wouldn't say that it was like super noticeable, but I'm sure like, yes, I'm sure that was happening. I mean, gravity exists, right? But yeah, I think that would probably be the case. But not in a way that I noticed specifically, so take that for what you will. Let's get a little bit more of the side of this. Okay, I think I'm going to switch to the slightly... Oh, hold on. Before I switch to the small brush, let me do this side of the skull, which I have completely neglected. Okay, and now I'm going to switch to my smaller brush. Okay, got the small brush. Let's get some more gold. And we're gonna just start taking care of some of the sides of this beautiful skull, crossbones, and eye. Okay, I'm gonna flip it. Yeah, exactly. It was 8:30 on like a Wednesday. It's not exactly prime time. You're right. Still though, it was a little disappointing. But yeah, my burgers were at least decent. So I was happy. Let's go. Cover the gold. Oh yeah. I think fish and chips has the risk of being hit or miss most of the time, unless you're in like a place known for fish and chips, because it is still fish, and I feel like fish can be easy to fuck up. No, that makes complete sense. That makes complete sense. Thank you for subscribing, Lily. It's lovely to have you join us. Gosh, that looks so cool on camera. Okay. Let's see if we can do a little bit of something about how opaque or transparent this upper eye is looking. Good, it's more dry now. The problem was I was going on to touch stuff up while they were still too wet, and I was just pushing paint around in a way that wasn't cool. But I finally gave it enough time to dry. Woohoo! All right, I think it's time. Start trying to get the sides. Okay, that's looking pretty sick. Do that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. As I say, as if I am the Kool-Aid man busting through your wall. Is that even a thing? Does Kool-Aid still use the Kool-Aid man? And does he still bust spontaneously through people's walls to sell them Kool-Aid? Or is that a thing of a bygone era? And I'm just dating myself. You love the gold, you need it all for your Chaos models? I believe it. Chaos does require lots of gold color tone. For sure. All right, let's get this top section here. go ahead and see if we can get this side. Nice. We're just gonna keep rotating it. Keep rotating it till we get all the sides. Kids back in the day were trying to crash into the walls just like him. I mean, I could believe that. Okay, I love how that's starting to look. Let's go ahead and let's not forget the little dabs of the eye. Oh, let's not forget the inside and dab of the eye. My God, there's so many edges. Who would have thought? Thought it. I would have actually. So I'm not actually that surprised. I'm just a little annoyed that I keep missing some because I thought I was being thorough. I thought I was being so thorough, but apparently not. Oh my God, speaking of food, I am like actually getting hungry. Oh, it's looking sick as fuck though, holy hell. Am I going to audition for Miniature Masters Season 2? Probably not. I am nowhere even at, like, I know that Amelia said the same thing if she doesn't think she was at the same level as the people in the competition. I do not do competition painting. That is not a thing I do. Like I have done some in the scale model community, but when it comes to like trying to do like golden demons and stuff like that, I don't have an interest in that. That's not my thing. And I don't think I'm on the level of those people. So I don't really like, which is partly why I'm like, I don't need to compete in that. That's fine. So no, I don't think I would. I don't even think like Squidmar or any of them are even aware of who I am. I'm nowhere big enough to be on like a show like that. So I don't think so. I also wouldn't be able to spend 2 weeks in Sweden. Like I just wouldn't, I don't think I'd have time for it. Like not time, but like I wouldn't be able to leave my cat for that long. And I definitely wouldn't want to like not go with Cece, and so we'd have to find somebody to watch the cat, and I just don't think I could leave her for like 2 weeks. Oh, well, thank you, Haley. I really appreciate that. Like, I think I'm decently talented. I think I can paint miniatures, but I just don't know if I'm like that level of like competition miniature painter. I also don't think my anxiety would handle the pressure of like performing if I'm legit. I also feel like I'd blow up at somebody. Like if the judges did the whole thing, like not that they will anymore, but like, yeah, I don't know if there's like, if I was asked to like justify why I stayed, I'd be like, I don't know. And I'm just gonna say, send me home then. Cause I don't feel like I should be making this decision, but I don't know. I don't know if I would. It would definitely be an interesting challenge. That I will say. I think I would be excited about the challenge. I would be concerned about the logistics. That's only true, Havman, because I paint far more frequently than you did. If you actually like took time and painted things, even if it was sporadically, but you started doing it more consistently, I promise you, you could get on my level. That's all it takes. A little bit of patience, a little bit of time. I promise you, you could do it. My rants would make for a good drama show. People would hate me. I would become known as like the angry bitch or something on the show. Which, who knows, maybe that could be entertaining. Yeah, unsolicited, like there's one thing of like getting unsolicited feedback and it's like, oh, I think you could maybe improve in this. I really like what you're doing here, but I think this is a little like lacking or something. But to walk up and unsolicitedly tell somebody you should restart this miniature, that's bullshit. That is absolute bullshit. Was it for a competition? Like, cause like I could maybe justify it, still wouldn't agree with it, but I could like maybe justify the response if it was like for a competition and they were just like, listen, I can tell you as a judge, you're not gonna be in the top if you do it this way, so like do something different. Like that's one thing, but like to just straight up be like, this isn't for a challenge, this isn't for a competition, but bro just walks up to you and says, you should restart that miniature. Like, okay, did I ask for your opinion? No. Then keep it to yourself. Especially if you're just like vibing and having fun. What a rude thing to do. I'm so sorry. It was just a random stranger, like not at a competition. Like that is so random. I'm gonna hope that their intention was that they wanted to give you some like actual feedback and then they just got awkward and failed to do so and therefore came across rude as opposed to them just being like an outright dick. But that, I'm not gonna lie, that's very dickish. Let's do the tops of this bit. What a thing to tell somebody. Welcome back, Raymond. It's lovely to have you back. Thank you. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Everyone's an expert. Your very first model, Gazgal Thraka. You like big models? Hell yeah. Thraka's a great model. What's... Oh, maybe they tismed out? Maybe that is true. Maybe they... Yeah, that could be the case. Like, maybe they just, like, had a weird tism and wigged out. That's so weird, though. Especially just, like, at a local game store. Like, totally unsolicited. People do weird things sometimes. People behave weirdly. Okay, let's get this edge. I think there's like 3 or 4 more edges I need to do. I need to do this side. That's honestly the best approach. Good on you for being the bigger person, just stepping away, going and collecting yourself and moving on so you could keep working on your awesome miniature. Well, I hope you finish the miniature that jerk was telling you not to finish, because that's not cool. The paint is being like super weird around this bauble. I'm just trying to dab it in there, let it dry, and then come back to it. Okay. Back to the edges. While that stuff dries. The most annoying part, the curves of the eyes, like sticky outy bits. I don't know what that part of the letter is called. Miss that edge a little bit. And then, okay, we missed the top of that. Fix that a little bit. Let's go ahead and touch up the top edge of this section. Yes. Be gold, my pretty, be gold. Everybody praying to the last card in the pack to be like the big pick. Be gold, my pretty. Be worth big money. Okay. That is looking pretty fun. I am now going to work on a little bit more silver. Specifically, just giving myself a good grip. I want to paint the entire backside of this real fast, which I will need more silver on my palette to do. So let me go ahead and do that first before we do anything else. God, I might actually finish this pot of lead belcher. Wouldn't that be insane? It'd be crazy. Okay. Got our paint done. Let's get our good grip. Yes. Wet our brush a little bit. Make sure we're on camera so y'all can see. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful indeed. Go ahead and make that a little bit more opaque. We can use a bit more paint, I think. It should be fine. Good. I'm gonna do the underside again on this edge. And then the other side. Doing my best not to hit my own hand and get it all silvery. A little bit more on this side since I've still got paint on my palette and brush. I'm gonna just hold it while it dries. Nice, looking really good. Go back into the edge where it looks a little sparse. A smidge right there. Got some weird texture there. I don't know what that's from. Huh. Something just kind of got stuck to it. Maybe some paper towel because it wasn't fully dry. That's probably what it was. Feels like the case anyway. All right, let's let this dry a bit more. Honestly, I think we're looking really good. Like, I have a little bit of touch up to do in some areas around some of the text. Like, you can kind of see like there's a few places, but overall, I think it's looking really freaking good. Am I ever going to a Warhammer cosplay event or Comic-Con? Probably won't be at like Comic-Con. I think like honestly the size of Comic-Con intimidates me, and I think the crowd anxiety would just probably stress me out too much. But I have worn some Warhammer cosplay to some conventions before. I wiggle my hand because it's kind of like pseudo Warhammer cosplay, but that is the point. Yes, the point of making these is I do want to be able to do more cosplay events at conventions and do that. Hey Neo, lovely to see you in chat. How you doing? What do you think?
I think it's looking great.
Yeah, I'll have to do some like touch up, I think, off camera of some of the black.
Oh, I thought you were gonna do it on camera.
I think I'll be able to do it on camera. I think I'll have like a little bit of time to finish it up.
Go a little long.
Okay.
I want it all in the one video.
Cool, cool.
But yes, this pauldron was also a test for another set of armor, Acadian veteran armor we're working on.
Yes, I wasn't sure if I was allowed to reveal
You
that.
can talk about that one. We're paused at the moment because I had an error with one of the 3D printers nothing that can't be fixed, but I just need to actually disassemble some things and fix some things.
Yes.
Just to make sure everything's okay, so we've been on hold for that. But
yes,
this was just a test to see how well it would turn out and how quick, honestly, we could get pieces primed, smooth, and painted, and it's looking good.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
There's plenty of time anyway. I'm just starting the race.
Okay, cool, cool. All right, I'm gonna set this way. I think the gold's pretty dry, and I want this section to dry a bit more for the silver. You're exhausted from the pool? Well, how was the pool though? Did you, like, outside of exhausting you, was it at least fun? Oh yeah, no, Sister Battle is definitely on the list of armor I eventually want to do. It's just a little bit more complicated to like print and find like...
I've never made power armor.
We've never made power armor, so we're starting with Acadian armor first to sort of give ourselves like a nice ease into doing full wearable armor. And then afterwards we want to do... I want to do a sister, trust me. I want to do a sister. People should, like, honestly, I understand wanting to give, like, people critique sometimes, but, like, if it's gonna be in a way that's gonna, like, demoralize somebody to not want to even do the thing, like telling them that your style of basketball is gonna just make the defense destroy you, that's kind of rude. Some Nurgle themed armor would be very cool as well. I met a guy at Open Sauce that had a really cool Plague Marine armor set. Absolutely. We have a couple of things from Open Sauce still that we can post.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, we've been busy. We've had so much. We've been doing so much. So that is not all you've been doing. All right, let's go ahead and do some of this cleanup. You love going to pool? Hell yeah, good. Me too, pools are fun. So I'm just going through in any places where I feel like I got some like egregious amounts of silver onto the black that is not necessarily around the damage. I'm going to try to remove. Cool. passes.
I had seen Happy's tip and wondered if you had done it.
Well, I didn't want to do anything during the Squidmar thing because I felt like it was just not appropriate.
That's fair.
And then I did forget to do it when I did the other one, so I do apologize for that.
I think this is just a chunk of quartz.
You think so?
We attempted to bring a geode earlier today with no success, and I'm looking at it now, and I'm realizing, I'm like, wait, I think this might just be a big chunk of quartz that's a little dirty.
It might be. It's entirely possible. Like, I don't think that's uncommon when it comes to some geodes, because it's sometimes hard to tell, so. I would not put it past us to have gotten just a chunk of quartz. I think this is looking pretty good. Definitely the little pluses, the little crosses are the areas that definitely gave me the most trouble because there was the most gap around it for the brush to slip down and actually hit something it wasn't supposed to. Do you want to make sure to clean up around the gold? I think that's very important. Do I want to get a slightly smaller brush? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's a clean up. Oh, thank you, Rex Smith. Appreciate you for the belated birthday. Appreciate you very much. I used to play Warhammer Tacticus. I'm not a huge mobile game person, I will admit. Like I just don't use my phone for that. But I did enjoy it quite a bit, and I thought it was actually like a pretty solidly thought out game. It is a little grindy, I will give you, but not too bad, like you said. I'm swapping sides and like changing where I'm working because otherwise I start to get too focused and I stop seeing where my problems are. I am gonna get a smaller brush. I keep hitting some of the letters, and while this is working okay, I want it to be better. So let me just grab a smaller brush off camera real quick. Boop, 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 boop. Come here, brushes. Yeah, you'll do. You'll do. Have I been to Ton Warham? I have not. You play sometimes? Nice. Didn't even get in the thing's nostrils all the way. What a pleb. I say to me, the pleb. Wow, I really didn't even paint that side, did I? Holy moly. There we go. Okay. Bit better. Let's get back to the black. Oh, the Warhammer world. Oh, I understand. No, I unfortunately, while I have been to England once, did not make the trip up to Warhammer World, unfortunately, but would love to. Oh my gosh, it's 1 a.m. for you? Dude, thank you so much for being up so late with me. You too, Rex Smith, thank you. I'm gonna focus on this section real quick. There will be a stream tomorrow, but no, it will not be at 5 p.m. It's going to be at 1 p.m. Because I have my IPMS meeting tomorrow, and that is going to take my evening slot. So we will not be doing our normal 5 p.m. stream. I wish we were doing our normal 5 p.m. stream. Not that I don't want to go to my IPMS meeting, but I actually really enjoy the 5 p.m. streams. But unfortunately, I was silly. And I didn't consider that once a month, like definitely Fridays are unavailable for me in the evenings. So I don't know if we're gonna go back to the 5 p.m. slot. It might just continue to be a 1 p.m. slot like it used to be, but we'll see. But tomorrow's stream will definitely be at 1 p.m. That I can definitively say. CC and I will be throwing down in some more Undaunted. Hopefully I can freaking win. I won our first game in the nothing since. So hopefully I can get a win redeem myself a little bit. I think we're starting to look really good, actually. What time is it? 5:01? Oh my gosh, look at that. Okay, let's keep going. Obviously, we're not done yet, but I am starting to feel pretty good. Sometimes you just gotta change the angle of how you're looking at stuff to see stuff that you missed. It's always good to rotate your miniature. So you see stuff that's problematic that you should fix. And or you get to see all the cool stuff that you've done and be like, yes, pat myself on the back, I've done a good job. Both are important. Hyping yourself up and seeing your mistakes are both important. Tomorrow, 1 p.m. And then yes, Saturday will also, thank you for reminding me. Yes, Saturday will also be streaming and that will be on Hobby After Dark. Starting at 3 p.m. I'm excited. It's exhilarating, get excited. Okay, let's do a little bit of more work on here. I'm trying to be a little bit conscientious of where black paint might still be. I'm just trying to emphasize some of that. So that's looking good. I want to do that. Maybe do a little bit in like that. And this kind of is still raised. So let's do that. I'm kind of just like stippling it almost. I'm stippling it with a heavy amount of paint, but that way I get some of this like nice little texture. Kind of makes it look rough. Happen, thank you so much for the $5 donation. We'll open another pack for you at the end. Thank you so much for that. I know you're going long today, but you got to go pick up the nephews. Add one other pack to the end of the stream and you'll watch it later. Well, thank you so much, Havman. I really appreciate it. You are the best. And say hi to the kids. And I'll see you next time. See you tomorrow. Okay, I want to do like, this is a little like almost curved, so I'm trying to give it a little emphasis for that. I think that's looking kind of nice. Put like a smidgen down into that because it kind of still raised a bit. I thought you were about to fall. Holy fuck. That scared me.
Something over and it popped.
I understand, but I didn't see that at first, so I just saw the like you swerving to catch it, and I thought you were falling.
You wouldn't even look at me.
I did. I was looking at you actually.
And you were feeling so much shit.
No, I was not. I loved the dance. I loved the swerve.
So do you think I needed to put another filler layer?
Only from maybe the top still. Just because of like this here is a little like, I mean, it's not on camera. Like it's
I'll be honest, I know what you're talking about, and that one does have an extra layer already.
I know, and that's what I'm saying is like, that's why I'm like being like, I don't actually really think so. I think only maybe the one where you already did an extra layer, and I don't know if it really realistically needs a third.
Yeah.
But like, that's really the only spot.
Can you do me a solid?
Yeah.
I would love you to take that sponge brush.
Okay.
Get one of the tips blackened.
Okay.
Dry brush, beat it out on a paper towel.
Okay.
And then dab it into the dead center of that crater.
Got it. Okay. You said with the black.
Yeah.
Okay.
Soot impact mark.
Got it.
Yeah, I would go the corner heavily.
You think so? I was gonna do I was gonna let it with the flat
okay.
like smush
Yeah.
into the center to. All right, so we're getting.
You have more feel for this right now. I'll trust you on this. You can also retouch it up.
True. So I'm gonna do this. I feel like I've got enough
Yeah.
off.
So is it centered for camera? Okay, I think it'd be a little heavier with.
I actually think I'm going to do that. So I'm just. Ooh.
Already liking that better.
What do you think of that? I don't think I was quite getting it.
And how you could then take a little bit of silver with the same sponge with the black. Mix it. Dab it on the paper towel so it's not too heavy. And then go.
Okay.
Sort of blend to that.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, no, that's working.
Yes. Much better.
Because I also feel like now I can realistically get it into the other edges and it kind of makes more sense.
Yep.
Like it got smushed. Yeah, that looks great. Okay, let me touch up some of the... Well, actually, what do you think? Should I leave the text around it a little bit with the black like it got scuffed? Or should I...
I think touch it up.
Touch it up? Okay.
The text has a bit of a holy thing going on and does that.
That's fair. It repairs itself, actually. By the God Emperor's will.
It's not a crux terminatus, but...
If you believe hard enough, it might be. Just touching up some of the letters around the space. Realized I stopped talking because I got really focused on it because it's a delicate work. I don't want to have to redo my cleanup again and then redo my touch-up. That is a cycle I do not like and have done before. Yes, this is looking great. Okay, let's touch up any other letters that we think might need it. Because I just didn't get enough paint on them to begin with. Oh my gosh, the rice! They'll be ready in like 15 minutes. You have to hurry, everybody. Touch up those D's, this M over by the gold. So we should probably check all of the letters by the gold. I know there was one that we definitely got some gold on, so we'll want to fix that. Yes. Oop, oop, oop. Okay, that's looking really good. I know, there it is. Okay, first of all, I missed this little bit right here. Also got gold on it, so rude. We need to touch up this plus mark. And then we really need to touch up this one right here. I got so much gold on it because it is literally going into the lettering. And I also noticed that there was a little bit here, which I do think is supposed to be silver because it's underneath the... A little bit of glancing at some of the more egregious things on this side. The M's and N's are the ones that gave me the most trouble for like wanting to catch the paint sometimes. And some of the A's, I guess, too. Really, any of the letters with a lot of surface area gave me some trouble because they had some dips and I didn't want to put too much more pressure. Honestly, not bad, not bad. Let's get a bit more paint. We weren't gliding onto the letters as well. just pass over. Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty swell about this actually, guys. I see a little bit more like black than I think I need to touch up, but otherwise we're looking good. I think we'll be able to call this sucker done. Oh, that is the paint that is clogged. What am I doing? Using the wrong paint is what I'm doing. Wait, who dropped what prior to the day of recording? What are you saying, Corsair? Oh, you're asking about like the reason the channel got dropped? Yeah, no, never got us an official reason. As CC said in chat, they never actually told us like, oh, it was this, or like, you know, they kind of were vague about it, but nothing concrete, unfortunately. Which has been annoying, because it really means that, like, we're still sort of grasping at straws of, like, what did we do wrong? I think I just want to do one like final pass on all of the edges, like around the right here. Oops, I did that. Oh fuck. Okay, that one I saw happen. Okay, we can get that off and do a little bit of touch up. That won't be too bad. That was super annoying that I just did that. Okay, cool. Mostly gone though. Is that? Okay, it's not wet. Thank goodness. Whew. Okay, this is the one other section where I feel like I just haven't cleaned it up enough on the black portion. So let's take care of that. Yes. Oh yeah, that is looking so much better. Okay, I think we're good. Like,
If the black is most of the way there, go ahead and wrap up and get the cards.
okay, excellent. It basically is. So this is where I think I'm gonna leave it. This is looking really good. I'm sure there's like a minor amount of touch up that I might end up doing off camera, but overall, I am extremely happy with this. I can't wait to get it primed, or not primed, but varnished. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I can't wait to get this thing varnished. I think it looks amazing. I really like the way that the battle damage ended up looking. I think that looks really cool. I think the Inquisitional eye, my gosh, my brain could not say that word for a second. Couldn't even think of that word for a second. Looks amazing. The text looks great. Honestly, it all looks great. I'm very, very pleased. Hopefully you guys enjoyed me working on this today. Now, before we wrap up, let me go ahead and stop my recording. Okay, now before we wrap up, let's go ahead and open a couple of packs of One Piece cards. We've got a couple of black packs and then one red pack for Corsair to open up. So let's go ahead and see this. I'm making sure all the paint on my hands is dry.
You end recording?
I did end recording, yes. All right, let's go ahead and see what we got. For our first black pack, this is for the missed one that I was supposed to do for Havin earlier. We've got Jesus! Burgess, Kozuki Oden, Don Quixote do Flamingo, Benevolent King of the Waves. Benevolent King of the Waves. Hold on, let me go back and show those again. So Jesus, Burgess, Don Quixote do Flamingo, Kozuki Oden, Benevolent King of the Waves, Nick Guy, probably one of my favorite, just aesthetically, because of that mustache with that blonde hair is just so funny. Mr. 2, Captain Buggy, our savior, Don Quixote Rosanate, Thatch, a Kozuki Mononosuke, a Borsalino, looks very cool, and Monkey D. Luffy. Very nice, very nice. Very cool Monkey D. Luffy card. I do always love the way that they illustrate him.
One Protag Kun.
One Protag Kun. All right, let's go ahead and do our, you know what, I'm gonna do my second pack for Havman, and then we'll do the ladies
As the finale.
as the finale. All right, so for our second pack, we've got Squad, Older Brother Marine, Shimosuke Ushimaru, Hanayable, Mahoroba Lafayette, Roronoa Zoro. We'll change this mission from sneaky to flashy. Crocodile, Shinobu. Ooh, a beautiful, beautiful looking Marco. I'm not even sure if I know. Okay, he's a Whitebeard pirate. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, don't know Marco very well. It's not in this form.
Whitebeard.
Ah, oh he has a flame. What? He has a flame.
Phoenix.
Oh, he's a phoenix.
He has Phoenix fruit.
Oh, very cool. Well, that looks awesome. And for our final card from this pack, we got Vasco Shot. Womp womp. Nothing major, but honestly, this is a really cool Marco card, so I'm very happy to have that. Now let's see what we get for our ladies. The ladies, oh la la. All right, let's see, what will we pull? First off, Miss Valentine, Ein, Kaya, Baccarat, Viola. Will you be my servant? Huh? Nico Robin. There you are, sore loser. Miss Doublefinger. I knew you people were behind this. Marguerite. And, ooh, another Yamato, but I don't think we got this one yet.
Or we might have a different art version.
We might have a different art version, but very nice. But a very Yamato day, which I am very into. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, guys. Well, you might have heard the beep of my rice cooker going off, telling me that it was nearly done, if not fully done. So I'm gonna go ahead and cook up some yakitori now, and I'm gonna be a big nerd and eat my delicious meal while probably watching some anime. So thank you guys so much for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed everything that we got to do today, and I'll see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific, or your regional equivalent, where CC and I will be duking it out in Undaunted Normandy. Wish me luck. I really want to win a match tomorrow. Fingers crossed. All right, guys. See you later. Have a lovely hobby night, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.